number two, group number 2, head to grid. Group number 2, first call to grid.
On track of this start.
Control, go ahead.
The black Corvette has our 2 black under a standing yellow approaching the green line.
Copy.
to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid.
Pace car is staged. Thank you, Pace.
Go to. Two black off. Thank you.
Control 11. Control the track of
Go 11.
Are we doing 10 yellow on the last
Yeah, track event start.
Not for the last lap.
Just FYI, car 2 black was off and on the last lap.
Yeah, when it's block the lap,
Copy.
check her around and keep track of what's going on. Our last car went to red.
Last car is 1-2 red.
You are on 5. I can't remember if I said so. And for the races, as usual, we'll hold a double standing yellow until the green flag. All these races will be 12 minutes. We're on a 3-minute board.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 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 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 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 1 2 1 2. Why is this so low? 1 2 1 2. Check 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 1 2 1 2. Check 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 1 2 1 2. Check 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 1 2 1 2. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Check check check. Welcome to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. I'm Brian Polanski, and we are here for the California Sports Car Club Divisional races here on this fine, beautiful weekend here in Southern California. And the weather could not be more perfect here. Currently 74 degrees outside. Supposed to get up to 80 degrees today. Not quite sure that's going to happen, but let's get right to our starting rundown here at Buttonwillow, and we will get these first race information up for you here. And here we go. Here it is. Here's your starting order for this race. In row 5, we've got Gary Murph on the outside. Next to him is Scott McKechum, Jack McKechum on the outside, inside of row number 5. Row number 4, we've got Corey Marcos on the inside. K. David Snow on the outside of row number 4. Then we've got row number 3, Such Melland on the outside, and Vadim Kutsai in the inside of row number 3. Moving up to row number 2 on the outside, Kayla Etherington is on the outside in the 16 car. Next to her is car number 191, Richard James. And then we've got row 1, we've got Brandon Droz, and on the inside is your pole sitter from Chino in a Scion FR. It's Oscar Jackson in the 46 car. That's how we're going to get this thing started today. This is your starting grid brought to you by Inside the SCCA. And unfortunately, Tristan Parker not with us this weekend, so you're going to have to watch and listen to me as we get this thing going here. 30-minute races today here at Buttonwillow, and of course we'll be racing on course 13 clockwise. That includes our bus stop here, so we are... that's a portion of the racetrack. It's kind of like a big version of the bus stop at Daytona, much wider, much faster than what you get at Daytona. But pace car is going to be on pit road here in just a minute. We will see the the green flag fly here in just a second. And as soon as we do, we will get things going here for our first race of 5 this weekend. And here we go with our racing action today. And there is your start. Here we go. There's our front rows there, stringing out pretty nicely here as they come past us and get down towards turn number 1. And once we get through that, we don't call it turn number 1 here. Everything's a little backwards here, but you're going to catch all of our cars here coming up now through the off-ramp today. They're coming through here right now, and they'll be coming right directly into our view here in just a second. You can see them out there off in the distance. So we're using a shorter version of the racetrack here. We've got 25 different configurations that we can use here at Buttonwillow, and that is this is 13 clockwise. So it's 25 versions, but 25 versions that we can do in 2 different directions. So that's pretty cool. Here's a new camera angle we have this weekend. This is the exit of the bus stop. You'll see them come into our view there on the right-hand side. And then that's the inside. Now they're coming out, and then it hits out to a left-hander, which comes up through towards the Riverside corner, which we normally have a video of today, but we're just trying some different camera angles this weekend. The next time you catch them, we're going to have them come, once they get through this section, you'll see them coming towards our area we call Phil Hill. Got a really cool camera angle of Phil Hill this weekend, and here they are coming over the top. And I believe that is Brandon Droz, but we'll know more when he comes through and into our view here in just a second. And we'll see more from him very shortly here. And there is your race leader coming through the S's for the first time. The clock up at the top of your screen, folks, that is unofficial race time, but I try to sync it up pretty quickly with our timing and scoring, folks. So that is really, really close. 30-minute timed races this weekend, and that is the case, I believe, for both Saturday and Sunday. Yes, I am correct. And here comes our race leader across the line for the first time, and I was not correct. That is Oscar Jackson, still holding the lead. That was your pole sitter in the GTX car. Brandon Droz is in second, and that's in an E-production car. So that makes sense, actually, because that GTX car should be quite a bit faster than the E-production car. So no surprise there that that Oscar Jackson car is kind of driving away here. And you can see him getting into a nice big lead there, and there is Droz coming up there behind him, and then you're going to see much of the rest of the field here. An STL car, Richard James, is in second. So several different classes here, and that's why you're seeing some of the gap disparity between our cars early on, because they're cars from different classes. And we'll catch them here coming into bus stop here. And there is Jackson. Then you'll see Droz come through next, and then it'll be followed by Richard James. And then the car right behind Richard James, about 4 seconds, is Kayla Etherington. So then we've got a kind of a gaggle of cars coming up here through the bus stop. They'll be coming into our view in just a second or so here. There they are. And first of kind of 4 cars, I believe, 3 or 4 cars. There you go. There's the 4th and 5th car there. All kind of in a pack coming through here. And we'll catch the cars now coming up here over the bus stop, and we'll catch that pack again. Your leader's already moving through the S's. We're not showing that just yet. We're going to keep an eye on this little pack of racers here, and there's as close to a pack of racers we have at this moment. And they come there, down Phil Hill. So that is an uphill right-hander followed by a downhill section into a left-hander. And just kind of a little different camera angle this weekend we're testing out so that we, because we're going to have some more cameras in 2024. Looking forward to that very much so. Here is that pack of cars now heading through the S's. And once they come through there, we will catch them one more time as they come back onto our main straight. First of 5 races here this weekend, and coming up next here is going to be our Spec Miata race. That's always going to be usually a good one here, and that's an interesting class this year or this weekend, because this is our final weekend of the race season here. And we've got a couple of class championships on the line. One of them is in that Spec Miata class. So Austin Varco is in first. Clement Lee and Evan Jacobs are, I believe, Jacobs in second and Lee is in third. And Jacobs is still in striking distance to try to win the class championship. So we'll be watching that pretty closely here. Oops. So I am your director and your announcer this weekend. So if you hear any miss punches or if there's any moments of silence, you could blame it all on me. There's no issues here. Oscar Jackson just went purple here. Purple on our screen, you can see up at the top there, means that he just turned the best lap of this session of any car, and that was at a 1:57.683. So that GTX car is about 5 seconds a lap faster than the E-Production car. So first and second place on the racetrack are not racing each other. They are racing in separate classes. So first, second, third, and fourth actually aren't racing each other because we have a GTX car. And there is your race leader, Oscar Jackson. We have a GTX car in first, followed by an E-Production car, followed by a Super Touring Light car, followed by a Touring 4 car. So none of those cars are racing each other. There's Brandon Droz coming across the line now, and with a 2:03.5. So, yeah, right around 5 seconds a lap between first and second. And then the gaps are a little bit closer. So, yeah, that GTX car, I believe that's the first time I've seen that car out here. But there's Richard James coming into our view now and crossing the line here just a second. There you go. You'll see him come in and out of your screen. And then we'll hang out and wait for Kayla Etherington to come by and give her a moment to shine in the spotlight here with about 23 minutes left in this race. Just motoring right along. And then, of course, we've got those 3 cars kind of getting there, and those 3 cars coming through next are Jack McCackham, Kayla Etherington. Oh, actually, Jack McCackham just passed Kayla Etherington to go into fourth. And then you've got Kayla Etherington, Christina Etherington, Vedem Kutsai, and Corey Marco. So that's your top 8 right now as we get here into coming to the close of the first third of our race here. Checking to see. I think that was Oscar Jackson who just came down the hill there and came in and out of our view. And you can see, so that section far off in the distance is what we call the sweeper. There's a secondary section that's an additional little bit of racetrack there that we're not using this week, and we call that the Star Mazda turn. Again, part of the different configurations we can do here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. And in addition to the 25 configurations that we can do in different directions, both clockwise and counterclockwise, you've got a whole new track that we're getting ready to hopefully debut next year here. Construction is underway there, and we're really hopeful that we'll get some pavement down soon and get out there to race on that. So we're all pretty happy and hopeful for that as well. There is Oscar Jackson out in the distance there, going through the off-ramp to come straight into your living room here. And we will have him. This is the sunrise portion of our racetrack. Here we call it sunrise, where this camera is sitting. And goes past us there and heads up through a section we call the Grapevine. So those of you familiar with Southern California, you'll have a good idea of why we call the things those things. And it's not going to be very long here before Jackson starts catching some of the back markers here and going through the field with about 21 minutes to go. I want to take a second here to thank the good people at Porterfield Racing Brakes. They are the presenting sponsor of our races here. So it's our Cow Club Divisional races presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. The good folks at Porterfield sell a whole lot more than just racing brakes. You want to go to their website, porterfield-brakes.com, and they've got some really cool stuff. I actually brought some pads for my car that I took to Solo Nationals this year, and they performed exceptionally well. And I'm not just saying that because they're our sponsor, but they did. And really thank them for helping us out with this, with our live stream here. They were our original presenting sponsor, and they have stuck with us all through 2023, and they're going to be back with us next year at 2024. So big thanks to the folks at Porterfield Brakes. Coming up on a third of the way here through our first race here of the weekend. Oscar Jackson is our race leader, followed by Brandon Droz and Richard James. Jack McEachern's moved into fourth, and Christina Etherington is back into fifth place now. And there is Jackson coming through our screen. You can see he's already caught the back end of the field here and is starting to make his way through lap traffic. So he will keep moving through this field now. Just knocked off another, went purple again, as you can see on our scoring pylon there. His fast lap now is a 1:57.620, so not a whole lot faster, just a couple of tenths, but he does knock off just a little bit there to go purple again. Jack McEachern's green on the board. That means he just turned his fastest lap of the session with a 2:12.905. So that's a really good time there for him, as he tries to work to catch Richard James. But Richard James is turning fast laps in the 2:09, 2:08 range. So, and while they are in the same class, McEachern's going to have to get some work done here to be able to get and do some damage and try to go after James here and catch him. I'm waiting for McEachern to cross the line here so I can give you an idea of how far back is the gap between first and second in STL. But just looking at it, I can tell you now, I'm pretty sure we're in excess of 20 seconds. Yeah, I was right. 24 seconds is the gap now between first and second place in STL. So that's what we're looking at the moment. Oh, and I just reset my timing and scoring buzzer. I hate when I do that. Let's see if I can get that fixed for you. I'm gonna have to see here. All right, that should be back in sync pretty close. Again, that timing at the top of the screen, if you're watching, is not the official race time, so don't Don't come back to me and say, "Oh, you said it was 18." No, no, it's really close, but I am not in control of the clock, nor do I wish to be. But that is really close to being synced up with race time. So I will try hard not to mess that up again, folks. No, wrong button again. There we go. Let's see what we got going on here. There we go. This is our bus stop section. You can see out in the distance is race control and our control tower there with the blue roof. That's actually where I'm sitting right now here for race weekend, and that's where all of our timing and scoring folks and our stewards and the people who are running everything, they are up in that tower. You can see some more cars here coming through the bus stop. So this is a, if you imagine the bus stop at Daytona but make it bigger, that is what the bus stop is here. Much longer, wider, and faster. And it's one of the sections that we get a chance to run here. So it's a right-hander going in, followed by two left-handers, and then a right-hander, which gets us back onto our kind of the main portion of our racetrack and down towards Riverside. So, but it's really nice to be able to have all these different configurations. No one really comes out here more than well, they try to run a different configuration every race of the year. So you definitely won't see the same track twice in one season here. And a lot of times, we had a track configuration earlier this year, and we said, yeah, we haven't run this in like 6 years. So it's really kind of cool to have all these different options. So, and that is what we are running up on here. Oscar Jackson, still your race leader right now, followed by Brandon Droz and Richard James. No real battles in the front there. And those are 3 different classes as well. So you've got your GTX car up front, followed by E-Production, and then an STL car. So very different speed differentials there between those 3 cars. And that is something that we do have out here where we have multi-class racing here in the Sports Car Club of America. If you're interested in find out more about how to get involved, either as a volunteer worker, if you want to bring your street car out here, we have a place to do that on race weekends. We have what they call track event. So you can bring your car out here, and as long as it's got all the safety stuff that you need, and it's not any special safety stuff on the car, but you do have to have good brakes and good tires, and your seatbelt has to work and all that kind of stuff. And if you have a helmet, we also have some loaner helmets as well. But come on out, you pay your fee, and you can come out here and you get 3 sessions a day on most days. And it's a lot of fun. It's a chance to kind of wet your whistle on what it feels like to be here at the racetrack and on the race. If you'd like to be a part of that, just go to calclub.com, and all the information you need is there. So, all right, we are at the halfway point of this race. So at this point in time, what we are going to do is we are going to do our full field rundown here in I got a little thing here that we got to pull up. There we go. Our mid-race recap. Right now, your race leader is Oscar Jackson in the number 46 car. Brandon Droz is in the 02 car in second, followed by car number 191, Richard James. In 4th place right now, we've got Jack McKecham, followed by Christina Etherington in 5th. Vadam Kutsai is in 6th. And then Corey Marco 7th. 8th place is Kayla Etherington, followed by Such Melland. And Kate David Snow is our 10th place car. So that is our mid-race recap, brought to you by Inside the SCCA. So just under 14 minutes to go here, and things are pretty much gapped out at the moment. We've got fairly large gaps between all of our competitors here. As we try to get them down. The 1st and 2nd place in STL on the racetrack are in that order, but there is a 30-second gap between 1st and 2nd place in STL. And then the GTX overall leader has got a 40-second lead over the E-Production car, Brandon Droz. But again, we're more interested here in the SCCA about class wins than we are about overall wins. We don't even give out an overall trophy here in the SCCA because we're racing against the people in our class. But Brandon Droz has a very large lead over the 2nd place car in E-Production. it is going to be what looks to me like over a minute now. So it won't be long with a minute and 2 minute and 7 second laps. There's a good chance that Brandon Droz might be able to catch Etherington here before the end of the race weekend, or before the end of this race. So. Coming up on just past 12 and a half minutes here. And here is this is the exit of Phil Hill. So they come up the top of the hill, and it's a right-hander over the top of the hill, then down the hill into a left-hander, which is basically what you're seeing right there. And then they go on to a bit of a straightaway before they get to the sweeper. And you will see the sweeper here off in the distance. That's that white car right now is going through the sweeper. It's a big sweeping right-hander, hence the name sweeper. And then they are going through the S's, which is right coming towards us, and then they come out of our view and head towards the final corner in this configuration. We call it Sunset, and that is what happens next here for this track. And then Sunset brings you right onto the main straight. Crossing the line just now, that's Brandon Droz coming into our view right there. There he is. And he will be continuing to motor on. He's going to try to see if I get a gap here between his first place car in E-Production and the second place car in E-Production. Last time by, it was in excess of almost 1 minute. It was almost a minute gap. This time by, I will let you know what that looks like this time. Could not be a better day here for racing. Sometimes we get brutal temperatures out here, and as we learned in the spring, sometimes we get some brutal rain too. None of that in sight this weekend. 74 degrees our temperature right now, and there is not even a breeze today. I'm looking at the trees, and they are not moving at all. So just as good as it can be. And yeah, we're well over a minute between Droz and Etherington here, with about 10 minutes to go here in our race. But yeah, it is as good as you can get out here for racing weather and racing temperatures. Hope you're settling in for a nice afternoon of racing coverage here. This is our first of 5 races, and we'll be going down through about 5 o'clock tonight by the time we get done with everything here. And so if you're sitting at home, enjoy it, and put your college football up on one screen and put us up on the other screen if that's what you want to do. If you're in the garage, you can put us up in the garage and just listen to us while you're working on your race car. Whatever the case may be, we've got about a full afternoon of coverage here. And coming up next is our Spec Miata race and our Spec MX-5 cars. So looking at that field here real quick, well, we've got 9 minutes left in this race. It is all Spec Miatas and 1 SMT in that field. So, and Evan Jacobs, Austin Varco, Clement Lee, those are your series standing leaders. Varco is in first place, and he is certainly hoping to hold on this weekend and take home a championship here. He is in the first place both in the Southern Pacific Division and here on the Cal Club regional level. So he could leave this weekend with championships in both of those. So that is, of course, what he's hoping for. I would tell you that Evan Jacobs and Clement Lee, they got another plan. So that's not their plan. So we'll see what happens as this whole thing plays out. So. And there you go. That was Brandon Droz going through the bus stop there, with about 8 minutes to go here. We'll catch him now coming down off of Phil Hill. That is not him. He probably should be the next one coming off of Phil Hill here. Oh, and I have the mid-race recap button up, and we've already done all of that, so let's get rid of that. There he is. There's Brendan Droz there coming down the hill. Next time we will see him right off there in the future. Came out right from behind a scoring pylon. Now going through the big sweeper, and then he hits the S's. Yeah, that is a fun little car to watch. That is a Mazda RX-7. Droz comes to us from Goleta, and he is always the class of that e-production field here at Buttonwillow, and not doing anything different today in that regard. Here he comes. There's your e-production leader. No changes in the running order here as we come up on the 7 to go mark. Jackson, Droz, James McKechnie, and Christina Etherington. Your top 5, followed by Kutsai, Etherington, Kayla Etherington, Marcos, Chmelin, and Snow. That's how they're sitting right now as we come into the final 5 minutes here, final 6 minutes of this race. 30-minute timed races. Most of the time out here at Buttonwillow, we do the races timed, and that gives everybody the same amount of track time, no matter whether your car is a super fast Formula Atlantic or one of our slower B-Spec cars. At least your time on track ends up being about the same if all goes well and there aren't any full course cautions or anything like that. So. And that tends to be where we're heading with things at the moment. There's nice clean racing here. Hope I am not placing the announcer's curse on the proceedings here. But right now, everything is in good working order for what we've got going on. 5 minutes, 55 seconds to go. Jackson, Droz, James, McKechnie, and Christina Etherington, your top 5. The pack that we were following on earlier has kind of spread out and are really no longer a pack. We've got a lot of single car racing going on. And if you're ever in one of these races and you're well ahead and there's not anybody hard on your back bumper, this is when you start hearing things and wondering what that noise is and what this noise is. And you just want to get the next 5 minutes out of the way and put the car back on the trailer. Go. Got some big dust coming off of Phil Hill there. That's a pretty big off. That's one good thing about how we do things here is when someone does come off, there's very, very strong evidence here. Always a big old puff of dust. And I'm not sure who that car is. I was thinking I might catch them here as they come through. So either I was way behind cutting to that camera, or there's a car off in the distance there that I just can't see, and it hasn't been able to get going again. These cars did not have any issues. I saw them come down Phil Hill. So I will see if there's any calls that I can hear. Unfortunately, because of the situation up here, I don't have the ability to monitor the flag net here. Because the headsets are different headsets, but we'll keep an eye on things here, and whatever the case may be, we've not had to go full course yellow, so it's possible that I just cut to that camera way late and there was a whole ton of lingering stuff. And got a couple cars here going past the line here side by side. That's kind of cool when that gets to happen. Still Jackson, Droz, James, McKechnie, and Etherington. And then I'm looking, it's Kutsi, Marcos, Suchmelin, and Kayla Etherington. Now, Kayla Etherington just dropped from 7th to 9th, so it's possible that it was her car that caused that puff of dust down there at the exit of Phil Hill. That's my guess at the moment, just by looking at the timing and scoring monitor and doing a little sleuthing. And that's kind of what I have deduced, that my suspicion is that it is the 16 car that had the issue, and I'm trying to see if that car crosses the line again here pretty quickly, and I'll know whether or not that car continued. So 3 minutes to go here in this race. 2.5 to go here. Looks like we're going to get our white flag here from our starter next time Oscar Jackson comes by the line. We should get that white flag signifying 1 lap to go here. And you'll see that flag fly here in just a few minutes here. Not quite sure where he is on the racetrack right now. Looking around. Just waiting for Jackson to come around here for the second to last time. When that happens, our starter Chuck Phillips will put that flag in the air, and that will signify that there is going to be 2.68 miles to go for Jackson to take the win here in our first race of the weekend. We're going to do 5 races today, and then we'll line them back up and do 5 more again tomorrow. So each class, each race, they get 2 races per race weekend out here, and that is the fun part about doing things the way we do it here. Is we get to go have a bad race on Saturday, get to go ahead and try to get it all back done and get it together and do it again tomorrow. So we should see. Just waiting now. I must have started talking about the last lap just after Jackson came across the line here. I've just heard from race control that Kayla Etherington has retired from this race, but she was able to get enough laps in, so she will be able to considered a finisher. You got to get half the laps in here for that to happen. And so that's good news for her. So even though that she had to drop out, she will be considered an official finisher for the race, which means she'll get the points as well. Here comes the white flag. You'll see it in just a second here. Chuck Phillips is going to wave it. There it is. It's in the air. Oscar Jackson comes around the line. He's got to make 1 more lap to get it done. And he actually has it looks like a 1-lap lead over Brandon Droz. He's going to get the win there anyway, as far as the overall, which of course is a part of the thing we don't really care a whole ton about here. But when you're the GTX car, and you're the only GTX car, the overall win is what you're going after. And he is looks like he's going to have that easily in hand here. And as we move our way here into our final laps, our final lap of the session. I will see if I maybe missed him here. Nope, there he is. There's Oscar Jackson there coming through the bus stop. Next time by, this time you'll see him coming down off of Phil Hill here in just a few seconds as we follow our leader around for the last lap here in our first race of the day. And there he is. There is Oscar Jackson coming across. And your leader will come. Oh, let's go to this camera. There we go. There is your leader. That's what happens when you're trying to talk and press buttons at the same time. So there was Oscar Jackson there coming through the S's for the final time. Next time out, we're going to see the starters exchange the white flag for the checkered flag. That will go in the air real quickly here. Now you're going to see him come across the line. It is going to be Oscar Jackson, your race winner here. And we will go through, since I think we're pretty safe on what we're doing here, the unofficial results for this race. Your race winner is going to be Oscar Jackson, followed by Jack McEachern. Christina Etherington was able to move into 3rd place, and more importantly, 1st overall in E-Production, because Brandon Droz came off the racetrack on the final lap, and he did not have a big enough lead to not fall down the order. So I'm not exactly sure what the situation is there. And it's also Richard James came off the racetrack also, so he's falling down through the order. So Oscar Jackson's going to be your race winner. Now, STL race winner is now going to be Jack McKecham after Richard James going through and being the leader throughout the entire race. He came in, and I'm not sure if this is a points thing because James and Droz weren't running for the championships, and McKechern and Christina Etherington were. I'm not sure exactly what that situation was. I will try to get some information on that, and I will check it out over the evening, and then we'll be able to report back to you tomorrow what the situation is there. But they're falling down through the order as this final lap gets completed. So right now it's Oscar Jackson, Jack McKechern, and Christina Etherington, your top three, with those all being race winners in their class, and then followed by Vadim Kutsai, who's your race winner in ITS. Corey Marcos is in fifth, your race winner in H Production, and Such Melland is in sixth, your race winner in T4. Then we've got in seventh place, the second place car in E-Production, Brandon Droz, followed by the second place car in STL is Richard James, and then your race leader and race winner in the ITC class is David Snow, and then finally in 10th place in Touring 4, that is your race winner there as well, and that is Kayla Etherington. All right, that's our unofficial results after race 1. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have all the action for our second race of the day, that is Spec Miata. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Cow Club Divisional races here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. I'm Brian Belansky. Spec Miata and SMT are next. Our cars have started their pace laps. So let's give you the running order. Mark Higginbotham is the inside of row 5. Next to him, James Cook. Row 4, we've got David Mitchell. Next to him is going to be Christopher Hamilton. Row 3, David Varco. Next to him is going to be Gabe Estrada Jr. The Clement Lee is your inside of row number 2. Next to him is Rocco Ruzick. Then Evan Jacobs is your pole sitter. And the outside of row number 1 is, well, it's supposed to be Austin Varco. But Austin Varco was late to the grid, which is going to make this a very, very difficult race for him. The interesting part about that is that right now Austin Varco is your race leader, your points leader in this category. And points leader because by about 12 points, actually 12 points exactly, 287 to 275. And so his championship is on the line this weekend, and he's going to have to be really careful to try to not have any issues here and move himself up through the field here if he wants to try to win this championship. Not quite sure why he was late to the line, but that is the case here. And he is going to be starting from the back of the field when he should have been starting on the front row. And he is going to have to drive like a driver possessed to get to the front and do it cleanly so that he doesn't catch the ire of the stewards here. But he really needs to hustle it through here if he wants to keep in front in both the Southern Pacific Division standings as well as the Cal Club standings here. And you can see him, he still hasn't caught up to the back of the field here, so he's really got to hustle here before we get to the green flag, which should come out here. The best thing that could happen to him right now is if the start got waved off, but that's probably not what's going to happen. Pace car should be coming onto pit lane any minute, and Tom Jones is our starter for this race, waiting to see if he likes what he sees from the field as they come down towards the line. You can see them now on the front straight, and they will be coming through here. We'll see if he likes what he's doing. The green flag is in the air, and we're going to keep an eye on this as all of these cars come through the start-finish line and head towards our first corner and see if they come through cleanly. We'll also see how Austin Varco did catching up with the field, and I don't know that he did catch the back of the field here, but we'll catch them now all here as they come through the off-ramp and towards us at Cotton Corners where this station flag, where this camera is at. Here they come all towards us at the moment. And I'm trying to see if that white and orange and red car of Austin Varco is there, and it's possible that he pulled onto pit lane, and I'm just not seeing him there. So my guess is some sort of mechanical problems for that car, and that's going to be really, really disappointing as he tries to keep and win this championship here, and this might take him out of contention for the season. Here comes your leaders. There's your top 4 there, followed by 5, 6, 7, and 8. And now we're going to catch the leaders here as they come down over the line. I believe that it was Evan Jacobs out front there, and that it's Rocco Ruzick in second, followed by David Varco. Put a little wheel off there for a puff of dust, but that's no harm, no foul. That kind of situation there is not abnormal here at Buttonwillow. And here they come, and I just see the 2 car. That's Austin Varco exiting pit road right now, and he is going to try to get out here before the end of this first lap. And the only hope he has now to be able to get back into contention is if there is some sort of full course caution here, which would gap the field together. But not only is he not going to have a chance to win this race without that, but he will be in danger of being lapped here because he's working by himself while all these other cars behind him are working as a team, essentially. Right now, after the lap 1, your race leader is Evan Jacobs, followed by Clement Lee, David Varco, Rocco Ruzick, and David Mitchell. That's how they come across the line. And right now, the best thing that can happen for Austin Varco to stay ahead in this championship is to get his dad, who's in third place, David Varco, to challenge these guys and get to the lead and steal those points away. It's a sliding scale of points, so you get 25 for first place, and it becomes smaller and smaller as they gap down through the field. So it will be very, very important to see how this thing works. And we're going to catch those cars here. I missed them as they came through the off-ramp, but we'll catch them here coming through the bus stop here any second. And they'll come into our view. There they are. That's Jacobs and Lee up front. Now, of course, they're going to make this difficult for me because they're both black cars. So I'm just going to have to do a little guess. And I know that the third place car is that red car, David Varco, and Rocco Ruzic is right behind him there. So that makes that simpler for me. Oops, wrong button again. There we go. Here's our shot of Phil Hill. You're going to see those two black cars come down across the line here. There they are, coming over the top of the hill. Of course, those cars are going to work together as much as they can to pull away from the next two cars. And those next two cars are going to work together as best they can to try to catch the two cars in front of them. And all of that is bad news for your series points leader. That is Austin Varco. Is he just now crossing the start-finish line, and so he's got about a half a lap disadvantage over the rest of the field, and that is going to make things very rough. And we just saw, I think that was Austin or David Varco come through, and now we're going to catch our leaders as they come towards the start-finish line here to complete the second race lap here. And of course, in all of that excitement, I forgot to start the timer here. We'll get that synced up here pretty quickly as well. Yeah, let me fix that. And you can see there's a puff of dust out there. That's a very common location coming off of Riverside. If you're really pushing your car, it's not hard to put a wheel or even go four off there. The good news is it's flat and it's not too bumpy, and people kind of keep their foot in the pedal and move right back up into onto the racetrack there without too many difficulties. Certainly not the fast way around the racetrack, but it is that little dust cloud there is one that we see often here. All right, just under 25 minutes to go with the action fast and furious here early on. And trying to figure out where we are at with things. I think I'm in the middle of the pack here. We'll try to catch these guys coming through here. We'll take a second. We've got the time here. This is the Cal Club Divisional races here presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Big thanks to the folks at Porterfield for helping us out and supporting our broadcast here. There are your race leaders as they come through here. And last time by, Evan Jacobs set fast lap at 2:05.413. If you need any kind of racing brakes, that's a place to go. Porterfield-brakes.com. And here are your race leaders here as they come across the line. Let's see if it's still Jacobs and Lee, and that's actually not your race leaders. That was Rocco Ruzic, who's now taken over third place for David Varco, and they'll be coming across here any second now. And then we've got David Mitchell, Christopher Hamilton, Gabe Estrada Jr., that's 5th, 6th, and 7th, will be coming into our view. All right, so that was your race leaders. There's your third and fourth place cars. Your race leaders last time by were gapped by 0.165 seconds. So basically, you could you could lay an Amish quilt over those two cars, and they'd still be able to stick together. Here they come here through the bus stop, and you can see they are really, really in close quarters there. Still trying to work together and pull away. Jacobs had fast lap last time with a 2:04.949. Clement Lee right behind him with a 2:04.990. So that is pretty much as close as it gets. We're going to catch them now. There they are, coming over the hill again, just working together side by side. A little puff of dust, no issues there at all. Now we are seeing them coming on over. There we go. There are your race leaders. That is Jacobs and Lee. The best thing they can do. Best thing Lee can do is stick right there and let this thing pull away, and then in the final laps they can go and race for the win. Same thing with Ruzick and Varco. They need to work together as well to try to catch up to the first place cars. And here comes your race leaders coming up the main straight again. There they are, 1 and 2. It's Lee and Jacobs this time by. This time Lee takes the point, and with a fast lap of 2:04.818. And then Jacobs has the fast lap at 2:05.097. So the best thing for third and fourth place is to see those first two cars mixing it up there. That is not good for pulling away, but good news for the third and fourth place cars. Draft really, really important here in this class. These Spec Miatas like to work together in the draft. And if they do so, it's a big, big difference between working alone. Looking deeper on the board there, Austin Varco still way, way back on these laps, not being able to make up much distance because, of course, he doesn't have a dance partner to help pull him back up. And even if he did, that would be difficult from so far back. There are your leaders again coming through as we get almost to the 1/3 mark in this race. And those guys are doing what they do. Here comes the third and fourth place cars of Ruzick and Varco. Ruzick pulling away just a little bit from David Varco. If David Varco's not careful, there is going to be a broken draft there, and then Ruzick and Varco will just be kind of festering there in third and fourth place. They're not going to be able to make up any distance on the leaders if they don't get back together. But it looks like at this point in time it's going to be really far. Here we go, picking them up again here. That's your third and fourth place cars. Now you've got your leaders. They're doing it the right way to try to pull away, even though they did a little bit of messing around with each other. They're still pretty darn close. Last time by was .114. We'll see what they are when they come by the next time. But as you can see, Ruzick pulling away just a little bit, although it does look like Varco may have closed the gap just a little bit. Leaders back on the main straight here, coming across the line. When they get there, it's going to be Lee and Evan Jacobs, but Lee opens up now a 0.7 of a second gap, and he can start pulling away here if he can make that gap just a little bit wider. And as far back as it is, 10.5 seconds to third place, it may not be a bad idea if he's got the legs to be able to stretch it here. There they are coming at the Cotton Corners cannon we have here, pointed toward the off-ramp. No issues at all for any of these top four drivers, except for the fact that the gap is widening between first and second and third and fourth, and the gap is widening between first and second and between third and fourth. But if that's the case, we can lock this thing in, and these guys can just keep circulating here for another 18.5 minutes and collect their trophies. I know the cars behind them, the Mitchell Hamilton Estrada Jr. trio there, would love to see those cars come back to them so that they could get back into the mix for a podium. But it will be not very easy for them to do that. Well, somebody put a wheel off there. When you see, you get a lot of dust here for not a lot of action. And there are your leaders again, now gotten back together here as they came across Phil Hill. So that gap is tightened back up. They're going to work back together, or maybe Evan Jacobs wants to try to get back into the lead again. We'll learn more about that here coming up. Oh, and I just missed them as they came through the screen there, but I could tell you just by the brief glance that I did see that they are right back on nose to bumper here. We will definitely catch them on the main straight because I'm not going to miss them a third time here. Here they come. Right straight towards us, and as they come across the line, I'm going to see if Lee tries to bump back out, because somewhere along the line there, Evan Jacobs did take the lead again. When they crossed the line, the gap between first and second was .098. You can barely put a piece of paper between those two cars. Then you've got Rocco Ruzic, who just turned their fastest lap of the day at a 2:06.279. And about a half a second gap has now grown between the third and fourth place car, Ruzic, and David Varco. There's your race leaders as you come through, still pretty close together. Yeah, looks like both Lee and Jacobs have a big enough lead now where if they wanted to start dicing all the way to the end of this race, they've got the gap to be able to do that. Then the good news for the folks behind them is if they do have an issue and one of them does go off when they're trying to hustle those cars, the third and fourth place car are not too far back to be able to take advantage of that situation. But they're going to have to make a mistake up front for those cars in third and fourth to be able to get there. And again, like I said earlier, the one guy who really wanted to be up front in this mix is Austin Varco. And last time by he was way back. Not quite sure if he was more than a lap. I don't believe it was more than a lap. But we'll get him next time by. I'll tell you exactly how far back he is from the leaders. But it is a significant distance here. Here comes Varco across the line. We'll catch him there. There he is, and when he came across this time, he was 1:43 back, so nearly a full lap down to the leaders, and the leaders obviously working together are faster than any car by themselves. Well, most cars by themselves, and as good as Austin Varco is, he is going to have to settle for what he settles for today, and hope that there's a way that he can get the job done here in the second race this weekend. But this might seal the deal for him not winning the championship. We'll have to do some number crunching after this race is over. Clement Lee just picked up the fast lap. You can see him in purple there on the timing pylon. That fast lap at 2:04.594. And Evan Jacobs, though, still retains the lead at the moment. And we'll check here to see how that plans out. Sadly, there aren't too many distinctive differences between the two color schemes on those cars, so it's really hard for me to tell if I don't see an actual pass happen. And we are at the halfway point, so I will do a full field halfway rundown here. Stand by for that. Let me find the proper button to press to make that happen. There we go. Our full field rundown here at the halfway point is Evan Jacobs, your race leader. Clement Lee is in second, followed by Rocco Ruzic in third. David Varco is in fourth. Fifth place is David Mitchell, followed by Gabe Estrada Jr. in sixth. Christopher Hamilton in seventh. Mark Higginbotham is in eighth. James Cook is in ninth. And in 10th place is Austin Varco. There is your mid-race recap here, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. Inside the SCCA podcast, you can hear it every Wednesday night, watch it every Wednesday night live on this YouTube channel, the Racing Network. It is live at 9 p.m. Eastern. And even if it's not live, there'll be a show at 9 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays. And then the regular old school audio podcast drops on Friday morning. So when you're driving to the racetrack or heading to work on Fridays, you can listen to that as well. So there's your mid-race recap brought to you by Inside the SCCA. 13 and a half minutes to go here as we get into the closing laps here. And the still battle for the lead, .087 last time by. Evan Jacobs ahead of Clement Lee. do want to take a quick look here. Coming over the hill here at Phil Hill is going to be James Cook and Austin Varco. The reason that this battle to get out of last place is so important is Austin Varco needs every point he can get today to be able to have a chance tomorrow to be able to still retain that championship. My guess is that he will lose that points lead in both the Southern Pacific Division and in the Cal Club Regional here with this performance today. But if he can gather enough points possibly here, he could possibly get a really good result tomorrow. Probably a win would be needed, and some of the guys, the Evan Jacobs and the Clement Lees, having a rough day. But as we can tell you, we've seen with Austin Varco's rough day, anything is possible. And here are your race leaders coming through, still trying to hunt the back markers there, but they come through the S's now. And we will see them on the front straight here in just a second. And that just crossing the line was James Cook. And you saw that Varco was able to take the lead. There are your leaders now coming right into our view. And it is going to be Evan Jacobs and Clement Lee across the line. This time the gap point 1.66 seconds. And they're having a blast out there. I can tell you that, folks. But it's really meaningful. They need to not have any issues. Finishing second place in this is still very, very important for the season-ending championship. So better to finish second and have the points day because that will keep them alive for tomorrow. If the two of those cars get together, they could fall all the way back even behind and finish last at this point, and they certainly don't want to do that. Big off there. You could see that car go way off at the exit of Sunset, but they were able to get right back on the racetrack and keep going. But they can have fun. They can race for the win here. But if they were to come together, that would be absolute calamity for those two drivers. They've really got themselves in the catbird seat here as we come up on the 10 minutes to go mark. And if they can just keep it here, they will make it darn near impossible for Varco to be able to be even in contention possibly tomorrow, let alone stay in the points lead or get back into the points lead. So they really need to be smart here if they want to win this season-ending points championship. And that is the last place car of James Cook being hunted down by the race leaders. So they're not going to now. They're going to start dealing with some lap traffic. And if all goes well, Cook will not make it difficult for them. Probably they'll get the laps. I'm sorry, they'll probably get the pass done before they get to Sunset here. If all goes as planned, and it does look like that happened. Yeah. We have a car going really slow. Clement Lee slowing on the inside of the main straight. He has some sort of a mechanical problem. This is a gift for Austin Varco, who's trying to stay alive in this points championship. That is exactly what I was talking about, folks. Clement Lee pulling in at the end of the pit straight at pit exit, so safely off the racetrack, but his day is done, and that is going to be huge news as Varco tries to find a way to crawl his way back into this championship battle. He needs something similar to happen to Evan Jacobs right now, because that is his main contender for the title, and we will see what happens here. But that is really bad news for Evan Jacobs. I'm sorry, for Clement Lee, but really good news for Varco, who's trying to make up for whatever happened to make him start from pit lane and be behind the field. So we will find out more information. So much to unpack here, and hopefully we'll be able to talk about it tomorrow. That was, I think, I was paying attention to the Clement Lee car. I kind of lost track of where our leaders are, but I will pick him back up. I believe this might be him now coming through the S's by himself. I am almost certain that is your race leader. I'll know more in just a second when he comes across the line here. Yep, coming into our view right now, that is Evan Jacobs, still in first place, but all by himself. I'm going to have to get together with the points keeper after this race to be able to learn how the system works and learn how the points work, and then I will crunch the numbers as best I can. Keep in mind, I am not a statistician or a mathematician, but I will do my best to get an idea and a handle on what today's results mean for tomorrow's race, final race of the season for those championships. But there was Lee coming through and trying to keep going here. Really important for Austin Varco to stay on the lead lap here with 6 minutes to go. On the very unlikely chance that Evan Jacobs has some sort of a problem, staying on the lead lap would be really, really big for him, because that would allow him to leapfrog if there was an issue. But if he doesn't stay on the lead lap, that becomes more problematic as we get a little deeper into the race here. There's your second and third place car. That problem from Emmett Lee, I forgot to mention, has elevated Rocco Ruzic and David Varco up a spot. So it puts Ruzic into second, and it brings on David Varco into a podium position here. And that's what we're looking at here as we come up to just a little more than 5 minutes to go in the race. There's your second and third place cars as they come down through down Phil Hill. And there they are again. There's no way without any issues that Evan Jacobs is going to get caught here. So he can really take it easy. But there's still a battle for second place here. I'm sure David Varco would love to be able to take that second place spot on the podium. But that is the battle that we're looking at right now. It's actually the best battle on the racetrack here. So we will keep watching these two cars probably for most of the last few laps here. Here they come across the line. One of them put a wheel off there. We'll figure out who that is in just a second. That was, I think that was David Varco. He's now 0.8 of a second back from Rocco Ruzic. That's not going to help his chances. So Ruzic is in pretty good shape here. If he can just keep all four wheels on the racetrack for another 4 minutes or so, he'll be able to secure second place. Evan Jacobs has got to be worried. Listening to all the little rattles in the race car, this is a really, really consequential for the year-end championship here. And there they are going through first. That is our second and third place cars just going past us on off-ramp here pretty quickly. We'll catch them here as they come through one more time. Probably about 3 laps left, two or three laps left in this race. And Austin Varco's now worked his way up to 7th place. Again, really important for him to get as high up in his standings now. Every little point higher is going to be helpful tomorrow when he tries to come back here and have a really great day and win the championship. 3.5 minutes to go here. There it is, still Ruzic and Varco. Even with Varco making a little mistake here or a little mistake there, Ruzic just can't pull away and get a big enough gap to break the draft. So, David Varco just hustling the heck out of that race car right now and doing the best he can to stay. And it looks like he's closed the gap just a tiny bit more. And they're going to be a lot closer when they cross the line this time. And checking to see if Varco can catch David Mitchell, and that's going to be unsurmountable unless there's a problem in 6th place. So it looks like that Varco will have to settle for 7th place here, as it's a 44-second gap between 6th and 7th place, so a big gap there. Yep, there's your race leader there coming by. And then not too far back from him, we'll see the 2nd and 3rd place cars. I think that was your race leader. Sometimes it's a little hard to tell. Yep, no, there's 2nd place. So that was your race leader. That was 2nd and 3rd place that just went through. And David Varco was right there on his rear bumper there, trying to see if there was this, be big in the mirrors and see what he can find. Here comes Evan Jacobs. Oh, no, that's not Evan Jacobs. That's a back marker. Evan Jacobs has already been through. Next 2 cars you're going to see come through should be Ruzick and Varco. And there you go. You can see now Ruzick is pulled a little bit. Actually, it looks like Varco may have gotten around Ruzick. I don't know if Ruzick had a little bit of an off and Varco was able to make up a big gap there. But I am pretty certain that Varco is now in 2nd place here. And we will know for certain when they come across and the timing and scoring loop here. But that certainly looked like the red and white cars moved into 3rd place, and the all red cars moved up into 2nd. That would be really good news for David Varco. Unless any of these cars up in the lead have any issues, we should be kind of keeping the order that we've got here. No big differences here. We're going to see our leader now take the white flag. So that's Evan Jacobs just crossing the line. He's now got 2.68 miles to go to win this race. And we're not going to pay too much attention to him this time because the real race right now on the track is this race for 2nd place between Ruzick and Varco. And Varco was just ahead at the line, but it looks like Ruzick was trying to make the pass here, and it looks like Ruzick did just make the pass going into the first corner. We will catch them here as they come through the off-ramp section and back into our viewpoint here in just a second. There they are off in the distance, the red and white car. That would be Ruzick. The all-red car would be David Varco. Let's see which order they come by here this time. They are almost together here, and it's the 2nd group of cars here. You can see Rocco is there now. Ruzick dips to the inside to try to make a move there going into Cotton Corners. We'll see if he was able to make that move happen. Next time they come through the bus stop here, this red car back marker has kind of been messing me up here. Ruzick now has got a bigger gap now as they come through come towards the bus stop, and you will see them. Not this red car, the next 2 group of cars right there. That car right there, the first one, the red and white one, that is Ruzick, followed by Varco. Varco's going to have a couple corners left to be able to get it done. You can see a big puff of dust, so he is working as hard as he can to catch that car in front of him. Not quite sure if that puff of dust is helping him at all, but he is working really hard. You'll see them coming up over Phil Hill here. Next time by, the first car will be a back marker, then there'll be 2 other ones. Right there, that back marker needs to move out of the way to let the 2 leaders through. Varco big off there on the inside coming off of Phil Hill. That probably will seal the deal for Ruzick. Hard to go fast when you've only got 2 wheels on the pavement, and but that back marker may have been just at a bad place to catch him, and it does look like now Ruzick has a 5 or 6 car length lead over David Varco. Your race winner is going to be, there he goes, crossing the line. That was Evan Jacobs for the win. Now, who's going to come in second? Will it be Ruzick? Will it be Varco? We'll know here in about 15 seconds here as they come onto the main straight for the final time. Checkered flag is in the air. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Ruzick? Is it going to be Varco? It will be Ruzick for the win, or for the 2nd place. David Varco will be 3rd. What a great battle there for 2nd place. David Varco gave it all he had there on the final lap, basically threw it in all send, and but did not have enough to get it done. So your leaders, your winners, your podium is going to be Evan Jacobs, Rocco Ruzick, and David Varco. 4th through 6th is going to be Gabe Estrada Jr. What a great run for Gabe Estrada Jr. Today to finish 4th. David Mitchell 5th. Christopher Hamilton is in 6th. 4 big positions up for Austin Varco in his attempt to win a championship here after a disastrous start to this race. That was big and helpful. Mark Higginbotham finished 8th, James Cook 9th, and then Clement Lee, who is vying for first place for the first 20 minutes of this race, had some sort of an issue and had to come in there. He is going to finish 10th. That is our full field unofficial results here at the end of the race inside the SCCA podcast, bringing you those results here. We are going to take a break. We've got a worker break, so it's going to probably be about another 10-15 minutes before we get our next race going. I will go grab a glass of water so I can have a voice here at the end of the day, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes. Stay with us. You are watching the Cal Club Divisional races here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake. Stay with us, everybody. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Brian Belansky here for the California Sports Car Club Divisional races here, our last race weekend of 2023, getting ready for our fourth race of the day, or our third race of the day. This is our GT1 A Sedan S Production Group. Let's get our starting order here, brought to you by Inside the SCCA podcast. Starting in row 4 is Dale Shoemaker. He will be starting in that position there. Row number 3 on the inside is Vincent Piedmont. Next to him is Brian Horncole. In row number 2 on the inside, Joshua Pitt. Next to him is Wayne Graham in the number 96 car. And then your front row, Ian McCloughy and Jonathan Lugood. That is your first row here. Those are 2 ITE cars starting up front here. And we will get this race underway in just a minute here. And you'll see our cars coming through the bus stop here. That is our pace car up front, and then you've got the field coming through behind him, a little strung out, but they'll all come together here. We got about half a lap to go before we get to the start of this race. It is a beautiful day here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, 74 degrees outside, and we are enjoying every bit of that here today. So we will keep an eye on the weather, which is really nothing to keep an eye on. So. Where is the right button here? Of course, I am the guy pressing the buttons today and doing the talking, so occasionally I might mess up one or the other of those, and I appreciate your understanding as I'm going solo here this weekend. But you can see the field here coming together behind the pace guard here as they come over Phil Hill, and then they head down towards the sweeper here. And the light should be out on the pace car now. We got one little straggler there in the back who's coming together. That should be our fourth row car of Dale Shoemaker as we get going here. 30-minute races coming up here, and I will try to start the counter at the right time on this race so that I don't have to worry about that in the middle. But 30-minute races here. Should be about 15 laps with these cars. And there is your field starting to form up. Not really, but they will. And next time we see them, we will see them on the main straightaway here. Starter Chuck Phillips has the green flag in his hand. If he likes what he sees when they come down the main straight, he will wave that green flag, and we will get our racing started here. So. And there is our green flag. And of course, I've just missed the counter, so I will fix that, and we'll get that up here pretty quickly. Here comes the field, going through off-ramp for the first time. Heading right down towards our camera, mounted at Cotton Corners. Got those 2 ITE cars out front. And next time you see them, they'll be here through the bus stop. Should be coming into our view any second now. There they are. There are your race leaders coming over Phil Hill for the first time under racing conditions. Starting to spread the field out a little bit here. As you can tell, we got a couple of different classes going on here. We have 3 ITE cars. I'm sorry, 4 in this field. That would be Lugood, Horncole, Piedmont, and Cloggery. And we will see where they shake out here when they come past the start-finish line for the first time. And that will be in just a second. And a little bit of action, a little deeper into the race field here. And there we go. Coming around for the first time is Ian McCloggery, who is your race leader, followed by Jonathan Lugod, then Joshua Pitt, and Wayne Graham comes across the line fourth, followed by Brian Horncall, Vincent Piedmont, and bringing up the rear here is going to be Dale Shoemaker. So that's how they're sitting at the moment. And there they are, coming through the off-ramp again. We'll catch our leaders here. McCloggery coming around first, and then Lugod as they come here into the bus stop section. If you've been following along all afternoon with us here, you'll know the bus stop, like I've been describing it, kind of like the bus stop at Daytona. It's just a much, much larger version of it. The bus stop at Daytona is very, very tight compared to this. This is basically just a little section of racetrack that looks like a bit of a bus stop there. So in the middle of our race coverage here with about 26 minutes to go in this race. And we've got really early on, already the cars starting to spread out here just a little bit. You can see the sun starting to get a little low in the sky there, heading towards the west, and I'm not quite sure how this camera is going to be once that all happens, but we will we'll keep watching it as we get a little deeper into the day. Our last race, this camera might not be very useful to us, but we'll see what happens as we get the next couple of hours in. 3 races to go here. 2 left, right. We're in race number 3 of the day, and then we've got 2 more here as we get moving. So still ahead is our Spec Racer Ford Formula V, Formula F race, and then our last race of the day is our Wings and Things. So still ahead, a lot of racing action this afternoon. And there is your race leader, Ian McCloggery, as he comes through the bus stop. And a couple seconds back, 3 seconds actually, Jonathan Lugod. He was 3 seconds back at the line. Those are 2 cars fighting for the same class. Then you've got the SP car of Joshua Pitt, followed by Wayne Graham, and they're pretty close together here. Very close together, actually. There's a pretty tight battle there. I'm going to see which 2 cars that go. I believe that is Pitt and Graham. It's a little hard to tell for me, but I will know when they come across the line this last time. And I believe Graham just got around Pitt in that GT3 car. Yeah, that looks like the GT3 car of Graham. I believe that is a Porsche. Oops. Hey, when I do that. Believe that GT3 car is. Yep, that's Wayne Graham. That GT3 car is not a Porsche, it's an RX-7. And Graham is out of Santa Barbara, so he takes over 3rd place here in that GT3 car. Joshua Pitt drops back to 4th in the SP car. That SP car is the Chevy Camaro. Now what Graham wants to do is settle into a bit of a groove and start to pull away from Pitt. Not racing for a class trophy, so those 2 cars really can just do their thing and motor on to the end of this race. Ian McClugry just went purple and has a fast lap of 157.8. 157.8. That's a fast lap right now. Second place car, the ITE car in that same class, they turned their fastest lap, but their fastest lap is 2 seconds slower than McClugry in that 2.5 car. That is a BMW M3, and then your second place car is a Honda Del Sol. So you've got two different cars there, but they're all in the same class. And Luga is trying to do the best he can to keep up, but it's a little bit of a struggle with about a 2-second gap between first and second place there in ITE. Then we've got two other ITE cars a little deeper in the field. That's Piedmont and Horncoal. And those cars have got about a 6-second gap between the two of them last time by. McClugry just went purple again, so a little bit faster than the lap before with a 157.760. So you took 4/100ths of a second off of his previous fast lap. And so he's just laying them down here and slowly pulling away. He now has a 7.8-second gap over the second place car here. So the Cal Club Divisional races here at Buttonwillow, they are presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. They have been our presenting sponsor from the beginning here for our coverage from Buttonwillow, and they will be with us again next year. Big thank you to them. If you need any kind of brake products and a lot of other stuff that's not brake related, they sell a bunch of racing gear and doodads. Check them out, Porterfield. Porterfield-brakes.com is where you go for that. So, and I believe I put their link in the show notes. So, yeah, you can see a little bit of sun flicker there as we get deeper in the day. I fear that will become worse and worse as we go on here. But I like the camera angle up to this point. We might adjust that a little bit tomorrow. But I'm finding that our cameras don't love being with the sun coming right straight into them. So, and that certainly looks like from where I'm seeing here, that's going to be the case for the last couple of races here. We'll watch it. Might be a great effect. Who the heck knows? So, stay with us. Two more races left today. Spec Racer Ford, Formula F, and Formula 600 and Formula V. Let's see if we have all of those in the next race. We definitely have some Formula Fs. We definitely have some FFTSs. A whole gaggle of Spec Racer Ford 3s. And then one lonely little Formula V there with Mark Edwards. So it's our usual suspects. They're all going to be here trying to get it all done in the next race. So that is up next. So stay with us for that. That'll be immediately following this race here with about 19 and a half minutes to go here in race number, it's our third race of the day. Our third race of the day. So about 19 minutes to go here. All right, 17 minutes, 40 seconds to go here. Not a lot of change up front. Still Cloggery, Lugod, and Graham, your top three. And the gap just widening up front between first and second. Now we're up to 13 seconds between McClugery and Lugod. And then Graham is in a different class. That's a GT3 car. That's a Mazda RX-7 is in third. Josh Pitt in the Corvette is in fourth. And there's Brian Horncole crossing the line here. Brian Horncole is driving a Dodge Viper. He's out of Tucson, Arizona. We'll follow him around for a lap or so. That car currently circulating in sixth place. That is one of the ITE cars in this class. He should be coming down at us here. His fast lap so far today is a 2:12.790. He's fourth place in ITE. Coming up on the halfway point here, let's do a full field rundown here. At the halfway point, your full field rundown is brought to you by inside the SCCA. Right now, your leader is Ian McCloggery. That is an ITE car, an ITE BMW M3, followed by Jonathan Lugod in a Honda Del Sol. Your third place car is Wayne Graham in the RX-7 GT3 car. Joshua Pitt is in third. He is in a Chevy Camaro. That is the number 16 car. Your fifth place car is Vincent Piedmont. That is a Scion FRS. He's out of Burbank, California. Then in the sixth place is Brian Horncole in a Dodge Viper out of Tucson. And then your seventh place car is Dale Shoemaker, in a Mazda MX-5. So that is your mid-race recap brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. There is the RX-7 there of Wayne Graham, followed behind by Joshua Pitt. They're kind of the closest battle on the racetrack. Sadly, they are not in the same class, so while they're fighting for third overall, we don't give out overall trophies here. We give out class trophies, but they're doing their thing out here. There's Pitt coming down off of Phil Hill. Just a spectacular day out here at Buttonwillow. Highs in the 80s today, very little wind, and all these cars really enjoying the temperatures. And the only problem with very little wind is when we do get a puff of dust, the dust tends to linger a little bit longer. When it's windy out, the dust disperses pretty quickly here. But you're going to see Graham and Pitt here as they come across the line again here with 13 minutes and 28 seconds to go. That was Graham. Here comes Pitt right into our living rooms as he moves on by. Oops. Looks like a lot of these drivers have now settled into their routine here as they kind of get their way through the mid part of this race. No real tight battles on the racetrack at the moment. So now they're just trying to keep the cars together to get to the finish line. As we learned in the last race, that doesn't always happen. So everyone up front is probably starting to take it easy just a little bit because there are nice gaps, and so no need to push at the moment. Although you don't want to back off too far because then you lose your rhythm. And sometimes when you're going easy, that's when you lose your focus a little bit, and then you make a mistake, and you make a mistake, and you go off the track, and you go off the track, and anything can happen at that point. So. While you want to kind of relax just a tiny bit, you don't want to relax too much because you'll lose your focus here. So. Do you have a business that you think car folks might be interested in? Well, you can help sponsor the broadcast here from Buttonwillow. We do 5 or 6 races depending on the year, and your sponsorship dollars helps us get more cameras, maybe some in-car cameras. That's our hope for next year. But we're going to bump up our camera game next year and have a few more views for everybody, so we don't have quite as many gaps between one camera to the next like we do this year. So looking forward to expanding our coverage and our offerings next year. And the way we do that is through sponsors. If you are interested in sponsoring, you can get a hold of me. It's raceannouncerbrian@gmail.com. And shoot me an email, and I would be happy to get some information to you and see if we can't work something out. We've got a budget for everybody, so it'd be great to see more people get involved with us here. Coming up on the 2/3 mark in this race, and there is very little change in the running order. So little change that there's absolutely no change. McCloughery is your leader, followed by Lugod, Graham, Pitt, Piedmont, Horncole, and Shoemaker. That is your running order. It's been that way for the last several laps, and looking at the gaps between everybody involved here, it doesn't look like that's going to change a whole lot unless somebody has an issue, and certainly we don't wish that on anybody. But the only semi-close battle on the racetrack is between Graham and Pitt, and they're not in the same class. So, yeah, it really doesn't kind of matter a whole lot for those two. They can just kind of tool around and do their thing, get themselves to the checkered flag here. But we got to keep the whole thing going till the finish because that's the way the rules work. And we are going to race these guys right to the end. McCloughery, Lugod, Graham, your top 3 here, followed by Pitt, Piedmont, Horncole, and Shoemaker. Brian Belansky here with you on the race call. I'm also pressing the buttons today, so sometimes you might see a camera with nothing happening, and that's because I'm trying to do a whole bunch of things at the same time here. Here is that battle for third place overall. That is Graham first car, second car Pitt. One is a GT3 RX-7. The other is an SP Super Production Corvette. So while they're having fun and they're racing each other, they're not racing each other for a class win. But that's fine. You know, it's always good for the chasee and the chaser. Keeps them on their toes. And it's better to have someone to race with, even if you're not in the same class, than to have nobody to race with at all. So they're having a ton of fun as they come through the bus stop. And coming up here, you'll see them in just a few seconds come down over the hill. I think that is Lugod who just came over the hill. There comes those two cars. There's Graham and Pitt. We'll pay attention here to Lugod here. This is a Honda Del Sol. Ooh, big off there. That was Wayne Graham who went off out of the sweeper and lost a position there. You're going to see next time by, Joshua Pitt's going to leap to the leaderboard here when he comes across the line. You see it right there. He is now in third place. Wayne Graham is going to come across next in fourth. So just a little mistake, and he got his and he went off there. And that was enough for Pitt to come up and take the third place overall. And now the gap between third and fourth place is now 8 seconds. So Graham went from having a 3-second lead to being down 5.8 seconds. So that was an 8-second mistake there for what was the third place car, now the fourth place car, Wayne Graham. And that's the kind of thing when you're trying to take it easy because you don't really have to push too hard, you might lose your focus. Those are the types of things that might happen. And I'm not exactly sure what caused the off, but would not be surprising to me if that is the situation here. And there are those two cars. Now, I will say that Joshua Pitt is also catching that car in front of him. That might be Dale Shoemaker that he's about to lap. That might be what's going on there. I thought for a second that was Jonathan Lugood, but he should not be catching that car. So I'm going to say that that's Dale Shoemaker about to be caught by your third place car. That is my guess, and I'm sticking to it at the moment. As you can see, Graham falling back even further this time by. I'm going to guess that he is going to be down by a good 15 seconds to the third place car of Joshua Pitt. We'll know more here in just a second, but we will find that out here. Yep, 15.4 seconds. My spidey senses were exactly correct in that regard. And we are still doing our thing here. Let's see if I can jump over here for a second and see if there's anybody in the chat talking to us today. Let me check out here. If you'd like to help us out here, you can jump in and jump onto our chat. I want to say hi to Blue Lotus Organic Red Wine. Enjoying the action here from Northern California. Wanted to be with us this weekend. They thank us for our hard work. Blue Lotus Organic Red Wine sounds like a great potential sponsor for us. Hint, hint, hint. Yes, I'm saying it. I'm going there. We would love to have you come on board and help us out here. If you're enjoying the coverage, that would be fantastic. And but I can't pay us in wine, though, because I got to work. But coming up here on 4 minutes to go, we should be getting the word here. Probably one more lap before the white flag lap here, with our lap times right about 2 minutes. So pretty close to being 1 to go here. So maybe 2 to go, and we'll be following that around. Yeah, Ian McCloughery hit his fast lap on lap number 4. We're on lap number 13 right now, and his fast lap was a 1:57.7. Right now he's turning laps in the 1:59.5 range, so he's backed it off a bunch here. And no need to push the tires, no need to stress the motor. He's able to do his thing and get going here. And that was Joshua Pitt. It's about to cross the line here. He also looks like he's about to catch Brian Horncoal, and to put him a little further down in the order. Oh, how did that graphic pop up there? Oh, it didn't. I'm looking at a different part of my screen here. What have I done? See, I'm pressing buttons and who knows what the heck's happening. Coming up on 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go here. Our next race of the weekend is going to be a Spec Racer Ford, Formula F, Formula FTS, and Formula V. Well, it's our second to last race today. Now, come back with us tomorrow. We're going to do it all over again tomorrow. Racing actually gets underway a little bit earlier, though. We start tomorrow at 12, right around 12 o'clock Pacific time. So tune in to watch that. You can find that the information about tomorrow's race really simple. Best way for that to happen, subscribe to the Racing Network, click that bell, and every time we go live, you will get that information. The really cool part about subscribing to the Racing Network is not only will you get the race coverage live, we also have the Inside the SCCA podcast. We also have the Inside Champ Car podcast. Bunch of other cool stuff on that network. Four weekly podcasts that we put up there, as well as all of the race action. You get all of that. We don't charge a penny for it. No subscription fee. But it would be cool if you subscribe to the channel for free, because then you get to know all of what's going on, and subscribers are really helpful to us as well. So click the subscribe button, smash the like button, click the bell, all that stuff that the kids tell me I'm supposed to say. That is what we've got going on. All right, we are getting ready. Real soon, we're going to see the white flag in the air to designate one lap to go. Ian McCloughery is probably really looking forward to that as we get going here. And that is going to come out in just a second as we wait patiently for our final lap of the day to go. Clock time up at the top is not the official time, but it is really close. I try to sync them up as best as possible. And usually I'm within a second or two of being good with that. And so we should be getting this white flag here any second. Should happen right before we get to 00, or sometime before we get to 00. And Chuck Phillips has the flag out now, and with a little bit to go here, the flag is in the air right now. And that means that Ian McCloughery has 2.68 miles to get to the finish line and win the first race of the weekend, barring any problems. He is in the Mazda M3, I'm sorry, the BMW M3. And it should be the first car here. No, it should be the second car here. I believe it's that black car right there. See if there's any little more info here on this thing. No, doesn't give me a car. Doesn't give me a car color. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. We'll catch him one more time here as he comes through the bus stop for the final time. Should be coming into our view just a second from now. There is that group of cars. I believe his is the third car here. Pretty much a perfect run for McCloughery here. Now, he does not have a full lap lead on the field, so he does have to finish this one out and bring it home. But it looks like he's not having any problems in that department. Here they come over Phil Hill for the final time here for this race. They will come into our view here right out from behind the scoring pylon. There they are off in the distance. They hit the big right-hand sweeper here. Coming out of the sweeper, they're right in the S's. And they will do that section of corners for the final time here. And next time they come into our view, they will be on the front straight. Starter's going to exchange that white flag for a checkered flag. That is the one they're all looking for. There is the checkered flag in the air as our leaders come across the line. Number 25 is the black car. That is Ian McCloughery. He is your race winner. Our unofficial race results for this group are as follows. Egan McCloughery is your race winner. Jonathan Lugard is in second. Joshua Pitt will be third. Fourth through seventh is Wayne Graham, Vincent Piedmont, Brian Cornhole, and Dale Shoemaker. Those are your unofficial results brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with our fourth race of the day, Spec Racer Ford, Formula F, FFTS and Formula V, that is next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be getting started here in, I would say, about 5 minutes or so. Stay with us. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Cal Club Divisional races here. Our last race weekend of 2023. Our next race up is our biggest race field of the weekend by one. Group 6 also has a lot of cars, but so let's get right to our starting order. Row number 8 is going to be Steve Perilou on the inside, Mark Edwards on the outside. That's an FFTS car and a Formula V car. Next several rows, Spec Racer Ford 3s. On the inside of row 7, Douglas Stewart, followed by, or next to him is Thomas Kopitnik. Row number 6 on the inside is Brian Schubert. Next to him, Mike Moshe. Row number 5 is Mark Ballingy and Jay Rosenthal. Then you've got your first 2 cars, your pole sitter 4, Spec Racer 4-3, Robert Edmondson and TJ Acker. Row number 3 is 2 FFTS cars, Ricky Simpson and Robert Simpson. And then you've got an FTS car, and actually row number 2, Charles Horn in a Formula F car. Next to him is an FFTS car of Andy Peterson. Kinnan Marshall is your pole sitter. Next to him is Stuart Patterson. They're both in FFTS cars. The difference between Formula F and Formula FTS is there is a spec tire in FFTS. They're all on the same tire, same compound. So that's the difference there. And keep an eye out on Ricky Simpson and Robert Simpson in row number 3. They did some magic last race weekend, some late night wrenching, and they were able to come back and take the win on Sunday. So we'll see if they can get some good vibes here from that and move up here. 30-minute race here, and we will be getting to that very, very shortly. Make sure I start the clock on time so we get a nice field here. And you'll see the pace car come up over Phil Hill now with the field behind them. 16 cars in this race, our biggest field of the weekend. And they should start forming up in those classic rows of 2x2 that we like to see. And they will be doing that here very, very shortly. Lights are out on the pace car, I'm hearing, from race control. There is the pace car there. Going into the sweeper, big, wide right-hander. Now the first row is 2x2. And are pretty close to 2x2 anyway. Usually they really get formed up after coming through the S's here. So as long as they're fairly close, and we'll get some stragglers off the back, and we will find out how close and how nice they get strung together here to get to that 2x2. A nice big pack here. And Tom Jones is our starter for this race. He will look at them as they come through sunset, and if he is happy with the alignment and nobody jumps to start, he will wave the green flag, and we will get started racing here for our second to last race of the day. Here they come onto the front straight. Does he like what he sees? We'll know in just a second here. The flag is in the air, and we are racing here. All of those cars now hurtling down towards the first corner. And I know if they did it successfully, if there's no dust, and so far, so good. And there's always one at the end, possibly, that messes me up when I say that. But this time, they all made it through the first corner nice and clean. And we should be seeing them now head through the off-ramp section and right towards us right now. All the Formula F and Formula FTS cars up front, and then you've got a big bunch of side-by-side Spec Racer Fords right there next, still all bunched together, and then a couple of other cars off the back there. So that is the way they look as they come through that first section of corners on the first lap. Next time we see them, they'll be here through the bus stop. They should come into our view any moment now, and there they are. No problems so far. Those Formula Fs out front without any issues. Then you've got your big group of Spec Racer Fords. Little dust there. Someone put a wheel off at the exit of that little left-hander there. Now we'll see them come up over the hill to the bus stop, Phil Hill. And there it goes. My guess is that is Charles Horn. But we'll know more when they come across the line for the first time. There's all of your Spec Racer Fords. Now the field going through the sweeper and the S's. All pushing towards now that first end of the first lap, and I'll be able to get you a good idea how things were sorted out here. Oh, there's one of the Fords, got a little wheel off there, and now the car behind it, that might be Brian Schubert trying to take advantage of that situation. Brian Schubert's in a new chassis for him this weekend. having a little bit of struggles. Kinnan Marshall crosses the line first at the end of the first lap. Stuart Patterson comes across second. Charles Horn all the way back to third. Ricky Simpson, I spoke about him earlier. He's up to fourth. Andy Patterson fifth. Robert Simpson is sixth. Then we've got our Spec Racer Fords. You're going to see TJ Acker is in first. Next to him, Mark Ballingy. Robert Edmondson is in third in Spec Racer 4, followed by Jay Rosenthal, then Brian Schubert. Mike Moshe is in the next place in Spec Racer 4, so that's how they're coming through here as they make their way through the end of this first racing lap. Starting to string out just a little bit here. Now we'll see them entering the bus stop here in just a moment. And there is your leader. That is McKinnon, Stephen Parlew, actually. I think we have a momentary hiccup in the spec or in the timing and scoring. So I don't believe Stephen Parlew is in first place there. I really do think that is Kinnan Marshall. So we might have had someone come across a timing loop at a weird spot. So I'm not exactly sure, but we'll know more here. Usually takes a lap or two for all of that to recycle. Oh, wrong button. Here comes the Spec Racer Fords over the top of the hill here. Whoa, putting a wheel off there. That's not uncommon. Now we've got our race leaders here coming through here for the second time through the S's. I believe that is McKinnon Marshall, and right on his heels is Stuart Patterson. Now the rest of your Fords here as they come by. Spec Racer Ford 3s all bunched up together. Those front Spec Racer Ford 3 cars are the people we normally see up there. A little wheel off there at the exit of Sunset, common as well. Now your Spec Racer Ford cars come through. Yeah, because of that salmon-colored line up there, that usually indicates that the car's in the pits, which makes me think that the car tripped the timing line that's in the pits, and that is why that is happening to us here. That'll probably cycle through here in not too much time. There is all those Fords up, or Formula Fs. I shouldn't call them Formula Fords because a Honda engine is now eligible for Formula F. And I don't know exactly which cars are powered by which. Our timing or our entry list here doesn't have that on timing and scoring. But some of those cars could be the Honda-powered Formula Fs. Oops, let me go back to that. There they go as they come through the bus stop. There are your leaders over Phil Hill again. So the Formula Fs are usually a little faster than the Formula Spec Racer Fords. And when it works out well, they get to pull away and have their little race. And then you get another little patch of Spec Racer Fords in the middle there. And the Formula V is usually bringing up the rear. So it's kind of like everything gets kind of properly sorted by its pecking order once we get to this point in the race here. And so that is what we see happening as we speak here. Kinnan Marshall still, I believe he is your race leader, followed by Stuart Patterson, Ricky Simpson, Charles Horn. That is your top four in Formula F. The first three cars are FFTS cars. Charles Horn, I believe, is the only Formula F car in this race. Looking a little further down the field into our Spec Racer Ford battles here. And it looks as though that TJ Acker still your leader in Spec Racer Ford, followed by Mark Ballingy, Robert Edmondson, Jay Rosenthal, then Brian Schubert, Mike Moshe, Douglas Stewart, and Thomas Kopitnik. That looks like that's your top, doing my little, yeah, looks like about the top 8 there. Cal Club Divisional races here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Anything you need for your race car, brake-wise, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Go check out porterfield-brakes.com. We should see the Spec Racer Fords coming up over the hill. There's TJ Acker. He has opened up a 3.5-second lead over second place. But second, third, fourth, and fifth, the gaps are 0.18 at the line, 0.8, 1.4. So those three cars all trying to, they should be trying to work together to catch TJ Acker, because if they don't work together, Acker will just walk away here. Just like in Spec Miata, the key to Spec Racer Ford 3 is to work together. And if you work together, you can make up a field and make up a gap between the car in front of you. And once you check out, though, you can absolutely check out, and that's what that is what TJ Acker is hoping is going to happen here. And as he now on this lap is a 4.4-second lead over Robert Edmondson. Robert Edmondson is your points leader right now as we come into our final weekend of the season. So he needs to stick around and stay up close here and do his best to stay near the front of this race. Let me pull that up for a second, and we'll talk a little bit about all of that. Let me find the Spec Racer Ford 3 numbers. Yeah, Robert Edmondson, he has I shouldn't have to do math here. He might have a big enough lead where he doesn't have to worry about what happens this weekend. Let me pull out the old calculator and do the math here. Stand by. 289. Yeah, he has a 74. Yeah, so Robert Edmondson, it doesn't matter what happens this weekend. He is going to be your Cal Club regional champion here, because even if he were to not get any points this weekend, he has more than a 50-point lead coming into this weekend. That is going to be plenty to take the lead here. Looks like we have some issues somewhere on the racetrack, and not exactly sure where. Oh, I do see a car. There it is right there in a not great spot. So they're going to go full course yellow here, and they're going to have to come out and get that car. I think you can see the driver there standing in the middle away from his car, which is a smart thing to do. So the driver's in a safe spot with just some sort of a mechanical situation there. We should be seeing the full course yellow indication here any moment. But they're going to send out the rescue crew to pick up that car, and should not be too hard for the rescue crew to grab that and get moving pretty quickly here. So we will stay with you. All right, so you can see there is our rescue crew. Drivers coming back towards his car or her car, and they will get that car hooked up. And they might be able to pull it just a little further off the racetrack pretty quickly and get it out of the way, and then we can get back to action here. The safety crew here at Buttonwillow, some of the best in the business at being able to get cars safe and not having to go full course yellow. This one, unfortunately, in a really, really rough position. There's really not much you could do right there. That would have been a real dangerous pickup. So smart to go full course yellow. I can't imagine that they're going to be full course yellow for more than 2 laps here, and then we will get right back at it. And yeah, you can already see they're going to have this car picked up here in just a second. And my guess is that the pace car will pick up the leaders here. They'll do 1 lap under the pace car, full course yellow here, and we'll get it right back going. Let's take this opportunity, a big thank you to our race workers, all of our volunteers out here, and I always forget one group when I do this, so I'm going to apologize ahead of time. But let's see if I can remember everybody who's out here volunteering to make these races happen. Of course, we've got our corner workers, who are out there sending the flags and talking to race control to let us know what's going on. Our emergency services crew, you can see them right there in action, working to get that car in the air and out of the way. Our grid workers get the cars lined up before the race. Our tech inspectors check the cars after the race. Then, of course, you've got our registration. They get everybody onto the racetrack before anything happens. You got to go through registration, make sure you got all the waivers signed, and you're all paid up and able to come on and go racing with us. We've got our worker services. Those are the folks that make sure that there's enough water and food for the workers throughout the weekend. Race control, there's a bunch of folks up here, our stewards, and all of the folks who make it happen. Then, of course, there's timing and scoring. Timing and scoring is the one that decides who comes in first and who comes in last, and in what order we start our races. So a whole bunch of folks there, and I'm sure I have, sound control. Make sure the cars aren't too loud. Don't want to bother the neighbors, although our most close neighbors are some farm fields and some livestock. But, that's all part of what we do here. So big thank you to everybody who is involved with making this happen on a race weekend. Timing and scoring still showing that we're green, but we are definitely under full course yellow. But they've got that car in the air. They're just going to take it to a safe spot in the middle of the infield, and then they will sit there till the end of the race so we can get right back to race action. And it looks like they're going to put the lights out on the pace car, and we're going to go back to green racing action here with probably about 15 minutes to go. We'll be at the halfway point when that happens. Okay. And these are some stragglers. They're going to race to try to get caught up to our pace car. Let me see if I can find them. There we go. There is our pace car. Lights are out on the pace car. I'm hearing from race control. That is going to be one of the shorter full course yellows you can have. And they're going to come through the sweeper, and we'll get back to race action here really fast. As you can see, our timing and scoring has fixed itself. Kenan Marshall is our race leader as we go back to green here very shortly. Ricky Simpson is in second. You know what? Let's do this. While we're in this little break, let's do our full field mid-race recap here. McKinnon Marshall is your leader. Ricky Simpson second. Stuart Patterson is third. Charles Horn fourth. Robert Simpson fifth. Now we pick up our spec racer Ford threes. TJ Acker, Robert Edmondson, Mark Ballingy, Jay Rosenthal, Brian Schubert, Mike Moshe, Doug Stewart. And now our back end of the field, Alice Kutsi, Thomas Kapitnik, Mark Edwards. There is your full field rundown here, the mid-race recap. We are back to green flag action here. And there they all go down towards first corner. Our turns are numbered backwards here because sometimes we run clockwise and sometimes we run counterclockwise. So it is a bit confusing. That's why I use the turn names and not the turn numbers, because the names don't change no matter what direction we're going here. All right, there is our big pack of cars all now barreling down past Cotton Corners up towards the Grapevine. This is kind of a breath of life into some of the cars who may have had bigger gaps here. They get to crunch back together here and give it one more shot to make a couple of moves here. The first lap or two after a full course yellow is always a bit feverish, and no different here today. But it does, McKinnon Marshall's like, I'm just getting the heck out of here. Let those folks battle behind me. So that is what's going on at this point. There is your pack of Spec Racer Ford 3s. We'll see them come up over Phil Hill here. All those FFTSs and a Formula Ford, followed by Spec Racer Ford 3s. Now the pack comes through the sweeper and the S's. Nice, clean, I shouldn't say that. That's the announcer's curse, but a nice clean lap here after the full course caution. Coming up on 13 minutes to go here, so about 6 more laps of action before this thing is all said and done. And this time it is Stephen Parlew who takes that up front. So maybe the problem last time by was not that, or in the early part of the race, wasn't that I thought that car was in the pits. Maybe it just had the wrong designation. But maybe I've not been giving Stephen Parlew enough credit here. And it does appear that the 2 car is the leader here. And he is just, I don't know, because it says his best lap is a 101.2. And then his last lap was a 56. Something is funky-dunky here. I still think Kennan Marshall is our race leader. And I'm going to risk going radio silent here for 2 minutes while I run down to while I run down to timing and scoring, which is just a little floor below me here, figure out what's going on, and I will get an answer for you and come right back. All right, so we're going to let timing and scoring try to figure it out. I still think that Ricky Simpson now has moved into the lead. Kennan Marshall is in second. Stuart Patterson is in third. I do not believe that Stephen Parlew is our race leader here. That's not adding up in my book here. But and now he goes salmon colored again. So we're with 9 minutes to go here. I'm sure they will get it sorted out before the end of the race here for us. And here comes your leaders here. I also want to take a second here to welcome Sherry Jackson to the channel. Sherry Jackson's a new subscriber. Hopefully Sherry is enjoying our race coverage here. Appreciate that. Appreciate the subscription. Anybody else who's watching from home, would love it if you would subscribe also. That helps us, and it also gives you the opportunity to learn what's going on and what's up next. So a big thank you to Sherry for jumping in here. So also taking a look at the chat here to see if anybody else has jumped in. And Dean Taylor is talking now with us. And I stepped away for a second, Dean, to do a little checking on some things. So the other views are coming back, I promise. I am a one-man machine here this weekend. And there we go. Let me see where I'm picking up here. This looks like it might be the back portion of our field here. No, I think that's the front portion of our Spec Racer Ford field here as they come through here. Ricky Simpson again, like I said, yeah, he's the guy I said to keep an eye out for at the start of the race. They had some magic last time here, and it looks like that magic might be back. Ricky Simpson's your race leader. Stuart Patterson second. Charles Horn is in third. TJ Acker now is in fourth. So he's keeping on moving. Robert Edmondson is in fifth. Second place in Spec Racer Ford 3. So a lot of action going on here as we sort things out here with 7 minutes to go here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. I've got one more race to go this afternoon. Right after this one, our Wings and Things are Formula Atlantics, Formula Continentals, FE2s. Another big field in that race as well. So looking forward. That's actually my favorite race group, the Wings and Things. So they're coming up next, our last race of the weekend. And then, of course, we are going to do it all again tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. And let's see, where is my leader here? I believe that looks like my race leader there. I believe that is the Ricky Simpson car. And then you see TJ Acker there following up. And then Robert Edmondson. I believe that's where I'm at with things. Dean Taylor, thank you for watching, and I appreciate you paying attention. So, yeah, doing our best we can here, but thank you for tuning in, and we certainly do appreciate it here. There are our cars coming down off of Phil Hill, and there is our sun. I'm actually pretty happy that camera's not flickering on us. Sometimes these cameras don't love being in the sun, but there is our Spec Racer Ford crew as they come on through. Now, Kenan Marshall has fallen way back in through the field, had some sort of a problem. Kenan Marshall was running up front for most of this race, and that may have been the car that had broken down there that they had to pull in. They had to go slow the race down to go get. That is my guess there. No, maybe that was Andy Patterson. Could be any of those cars. Anyway, something happened to Kenan Marshall to drop down. But whatever the case may be, Ricky Simpson's your leader, Stuart Patterson second, and then your first car in Formula F is Charles Horn. Oh, there's a big off there. I'm not quite sure what caused that or who caused that, but I know what caused that. And that probably was worse than it looked. But I do see cars driving around it because they just don't know what's inside that cloud of dust, which is certainly what I would do if I wasn't certain. Now the cloud of dust starts to dissipate and there's nothing there. So whatever it was or whoever it was has moved on. And I can actually see that through the window if I'm not looking at the camera here. But that is how that is working. I believe that car that just exited our scene was Ricky Simpson. I believe this is Stuart Patterson. And the next car that comes by, I'm pretty sure, is Charles Horn. And then you've got your first car of TJ Acker right there. That group of three cars in Spec Racer 4 that are real close together, that is Mark Ballingy, Jay Rosenthal, and Brian Schubert. Those are three cars. They're all racing for the third spot on the podium. And there they are coming through our screen right there. Brian Schubert trying to make a move, possibly going into turn one. Doesn't get it done this time, or the first corner. Thought about it going into Sunrise, but did not get it done. We're going to see that crew of cars coming through here this time. It's a trio of Ballingy, Rosenthal, and Schubert. That is our best race on the racetrack, so we're going to follow that here probably to the finish. There is Ballingy, and there is Schubert trying to make the move right now on Jay Rosenthal as they come up through Cotton Corners and up through the Grapevine. We're going to catch them now this time by as they come through the bus stop, and I will let you know if that move happened to be done, and it looks like it did not. So that's going to still stay the same for now, Rosenthal and Schubert, as they head now through another puff of dust. You can see them there. You can see that Schubert didn't get the job done there, but there's still some time left in this race. We're going to get our white flag here pretty quickly, and they'll probably get one more good shot for Brian Schubert to possibly move into fourth place. I don't think either of those two cars have enough now to catch who are they trying to catch? To catch Ballingy, who is seemingly pretty well put in place there as your third place car. Last time by, Ballingy had a 0.4 of a second lead. Oh, there they go. Just missed them as they came through the S's. We'll catch them here now as they come down the main straight next time by. Hearing the next time by, 1 lap to go word from race control. So it is getting to be go time here. If you don't have it now, you better get it. There is your third place car, followed by second and, I'm sorry, your fourth, third place car, followed by fourth and fifth. And since the white flag's not out, there's going to be 2 laps to go for this group. There is Acker, who just came through your screen here. There's your second place car of Edmondson. Then you're going to see Ballingy, Schubert, Ballingy, Rosenthal, and Schubert. I don't think Rosenthal and Schubert have enough to get to Ballingy. And at this point, I don't even know if Schubert has enough to get to Rosenthal. But we are certainly watching this to see how it comes through. There is Acker making his way through past a slower car. And we'll see this battle here coming up in just a second. They should come into our view now. And all three of them have about a 4 or 5 car length lead between the two of them, 3 of them. So without something weird happening, it'll be hard to close that gap here, even in the closing laps here as time runs out on the scoreboard. Here, the white flag will be in the air next time the leader comes by, which should be any moment now. We will see the leader here coming by. A white flag is in the air. That is Stuart Patterson, who's just taken the lead in FFTS. Wondering what happened to Ricky Simpson. He should be here too. He has somehow fallen back behind Charles Horn. Charles Horn, something's wrong with the Ricky Simpson car because he's just falling through the order in this final lap. TJ Acker's taken over third overall. Robert Edmondson also moving up, and Simpson just falling through the rundown here. Not sure what the situation is there, but so unfortunate. Ricky Simpson was running up front there late, and it's unclear what the situation is there. I did see a car that I thought going slow there coming out of the off-ramp. I wasn't sure if that was a car or not, but maybe it was. Here comes your race leader there. I believe that was Stuart Patterson we just saw. Charles Horn should be next on our screen. That could have been Charles Horn. Yep, there's Charles Horn. Yep, Charles Horn was 11 seconds behind. There's TJ Acker in third. Then you got a couple of backmarker cars. And we should be seeing that trio of Ballingy and Rosenthal and Schubert. There they are with a car in front of them. Oh, Ballingy gets way loose there. That's going to open the door for definitely, possibly Rosenthal, maybe Schubert. We're going to see what we can see. It'll be hard to tell with the sun on this camera, but definitely that was a big moment for Mark Ballingy. And look at how close those three cars got together. I can't tell whether or not anybody was able to get around Ballingy, but when he put a wheel off, it was game on for Rosenthal and Schubert. We'll know more here. Checkered flag is out for our race leader, but I want to stick with this group here. And Ballingy, it looks like, goes off again. Oh, big off there, coming through the S's. That was Rosenthal. Who is going to be the leader? I have no idea who's going to win out of these three cars. This is the race for the podium. Not sure yet. We're going to wait till they come across the line. Who is it going to be? Ballingy, Rosenthal, or Schubert? They're going to come through here one more time. It is going to be Rosenthal, Ballingy, Schubert across the line for third place. So that big moment by Mark Ballingy, and wow, Jay Schubert, I'm not quite sure, or Jay Rosenthal, I'm not quite sure how it all worked out in the end, but what an amazing finish for third place in Spec Racer Ford. All right, let's take a second to catch my breath here, and then I will give you the results for this race. Stand by for a second. All right, let's do our unofficial results here. Stuart Patterson, race winner in FFTS. Your race winner in Formula F, Charles Horn. Then you've got your top three in Spec Racer Ford, TJ Acker, Robert Edmondson, and right on the last lap, Jay Rosenthal snags third. Mark Ballingy is in fourth in Spec Racer Ford 3, followed by Brian Schubert. Then you've got Robert Simpson, Mike Moshe, Douglas Stewart, Alice Kutzai, Thomas Kopitnik, Ricky Simpson, who was up front for a lot of this race, dropped back to 13th. Then we've got Kinnan Marshall, Mark Edwards, Andy Patterson, and Norm Marshall. Those are your unofficial results here for race number 4 for the day. And that's brought to you by Inside the SCCA podcast. We're going to take a breather just for a second. We'll be right back with our final race in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Brian Belansky here for the Cal Club SCCA Divisional races, our last race weekend of 2023 at 5 races today, 5 more races tomorrow. This is our final race of the day today, and this is by far my favorite group of cars out here. It's also the most difficult one to call because they all look alike, but we're going to do the best we can. This is our wings and things. So we've got our prototypes and our winged formula cars. Starting on our 8th row is going to be Mike Bockham in the P2 car. That is a Fox Dewberry. In row number 7, we've got Tom Van Wee and Taylor Carmona. Row number 6 is John Fabjanik and Qui Quinn. Row number 5 is going to be Nick Kodenko and Shofan Ho, followed by row number 4, Peter West on the inside, Vincent Schmeland on the outside. Row number 3, Gary Patterson and Harindra De Silva. Row number 2 is Troy Shooter and Mark Peller. And then your front row is going to be your P1 car of Joseph Moran and your P2 car of David Ferguson. That is the way they will start. Here are your cars coming through the bus stop. Beautiful day for racing out here at Buttonwillow. Right now our temperatures are fantastic, just about perfect. 82 degrees, sunny skies, very little wind here. And we have had just picture-perfect days now. We got a little bit of sun pulsing here, and this is one of the problems you have when you have these cameras in the sun like this. But just too good a shot to give up on. So we're going to deal with that here for what I'm going to guess is the next 15 laps or so. 15 laps of racing action left here at Buttonwillow for today. And then we'll come back out right around noon tomorrow to do it again, everybody. So here we go. We're going to get this thing done. There is our pace car heading into the sweeper. Lights are out on the pace car. All of our field here will line up once they get through the S's in our traditional 2x2. When they come through the final corner here, they'll be on the main straight. Chuck Phillips is our starter for this race. If they are lined up nice and pretty and nobody decides to jump the start, we could get ourselves a green flag here for another 30 minutes of racing action. Our last race of today. Same place to find the races tomorrow as well. So pace car should be coming on to pit lane here in just a second. You'll see them off to the right behind the start stand. You'll see one car come through. And that is our idea that's going on. Now you can see the rest of the field coming on to the front straight. And we should possibly be getting a green flag here. And there it is. Green flag is in the air as we get ready for our final race of the weekend. Or I'm sorry, final race of the day. Coming back to do it again tomorrow. Getting a little ahead of myself. We'll see. Hopefully my voice will get through tomorrow too. By myself this weekend. Usually I've got a partner in crime up here, but he had some commitments that he had to do. So it's just me, and I hope you guys aren't sick of me by the end of the weekend, but we're having a good time with it regardless. All right, here. Let me get you another camera here in just a second. Here we go. There is the field there, back end of the field as they come through there for the first time. That's that camera is up at Cotton Corners looking towards the off-ramp. Next time here, you'll see them coming into our view just a second. They'll be coming through the bus stop, and there they are. I believe that's David Ferguson up front and Troy Shooter in second. But we will know for certain when they come across the line here for the final time. This should be our, this group should get the most laps in. This is our fastest cars here this weekend. So most of our other races have been in the 14, 15 lap range. They might get 16 or 17 if there aren't any schmozzles that we have to slow down for. Here they come. As you can see, they're just whipping around here. It's the fastest lap we're going to have so far. This lap should be right around the 145 range here. And I'll give you those times when they come by the start-finish line here for the first time. Look at all those cars. Pretty cars, fast cars, all hooked up here. Here comes your leaders down the main straight here. Big puff of dust there. Somebody put a car off, and a couple of cars going around that slower car. Your leader right now is Joe Moran in the P1 car with a 148.3, followed by David Ferguson in the P2 car. Then you've got a bunch of Formula Continentals, Troy Shooter, Mark Peller, Gary Patterson, Peter West, John Fabjanic, and Harindra De Silva. There's your top 9 here at the conclusion of the first race lap. Interesting to see as they come down that line. You saw that one car with what looked like a flashing light. I believe that was the sun coming off the visor of the driver. Obviously open cockpit cars here, either the visor or the tear-offs, causing a bit of a reflection here, and I think that's what that little flashing kind of anomaly looked like. Certainly not a light would be in that area, and if there was, we probably wouldn't be able to see it in this bright sunlight as it is. There's Joe Moran over the top of the hill, and not quite right behind him, but behind him is David Ferguson. Then you've got Troy Shooter, Mark Peller, Gary Patterson. That is the running order at the moment. Very, very early in this race, and a lot of raciness going on elsewhere in the field here. And as you can see, I can't stick on that camera too long to look at the back markers or the people in the back because Joe Moran's just hauling the mail and getting a jump, getting these laps in and out of the way, done and dusted pretty fast here. Here comes Joe Moran across the line again, this time with his fast lap. Got the tires all warmed up, and I said earlier that they will be circulating in the 145 range. Well, folks, I was wrong. That was a 142.747. So Joe Moran goes purple on lap 2 again, and David Ferguson in the P2 car with a 145.6. So that is the situation there. That's not. All right, there's your race leader, Joe Moran, followed by David Ferguson. And Joe Moran is moving ahead here. He has opened up a 10.5-second lead over Troy Shooter. Mark Peller and David Patterson, all three of those FC cars have moved in front of David Ferguson in P2. So now you've got the Prototype 1 up front, followed by the top 3 cars in Formula Continental. And that is how it's shaken out right now. So there was Moran that just went by. Then you're going to see 3 Formula Continental cars next. That's going to be Shooter, Peller, and Peterson. There's Shooter. Then you're going to see Peller. And then you're going to see Peterson. And then the next car there is David Ferguson. So those are the top 5 cars right now on the track with 24 minutes to go in this race. Cal Club Divisional races here, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Porterfield-rates.com, -brakes.com. That's where you need to go if you want to look for some great brake pads, brake fluid, a bunch of other brake-related stuff. But they also have stuff that's not for brakes. I had a tire pressure gauge that I bought from them, among other things. So check them out, Porterfield. It's been a long day, folks. Porterfield-brakes.com. Joe Moran goes purple again. Last lap, 142.307. So he's chipping off a little bit more. He might get into the 141 range before all is said and done. But we'll see how he keeps moving here. We should see them coming up over the hill here just right about now. Actually, that's your 3 Formula Continental cars. So that was Shooter, Peller, and Peterson coming over the line there. There we go. Oops. All right, I believe that is Joe Moran just coming through our view here. He is your leader in P1 and overall. This next car by should be Troy Shooter. And then just a little off in the distance, that's Mark Peller. Here comes Moran going across the line right now, and he's gone purple once again. 142, 140. Just inching ever so slowly towards the 141 range. It's kind of fun to watch him going through. Mark Peller just hit his fast lap of the day with a 145.734, followed by Gary Peterson and David Ferguson. I'm going to take a second here, get some of these cars a little further down the line. There's Tom Van Wee and Qui Quinn, Taylor Carmona coming across the line right there. All right. So we're hearing there's a piece of debris that came off one of the cars here in the bus stop. I'm not quite sure how big it was, but it doesn't look like, from what I can see anyway, that too many cars are making any kind of crazy moves to get around it. So hopefully maybe it came off and then skittered right off the racetrack into the dirt there. So, but at the moment, it looks like everyone's getting through that area pretty well. Here comes Joe Moran. No, that's not Joe Moran. That might be Troy Shooter coming over the top of the hill here. Sunlight causing these to be kind of silhouetted, so it's hard to tell. But that is kind of where everything has played out there. There's Joe Moran coming through there, which makes perfect sense that this would be then Troy Shooter. Mark Peller and David Ferguson are right there together. There's Peller and Ferguson. Let's see who this next car coming by is. Yep. Want to remind everybody that we're back here again tomorrow. Racing action gets started right around noon Pacific time. Same bat channel, same bat time. Well, different bat time. You can find it all on the Racing Network. Best way to know it's happening: subscribe and hit the alarm bell. So when we go live, you get a little warning. It also shows up in your YouTube feed a couple of days ahead of time that you know it's upcoming. And that's the easiest way to know when we're racing here and to get involved in all of the action. I want to take a second here while I've got the opportunity. Thank Blue Lotus Organic Wine in the chat. Thanks for checking in. Dean Taylor checking in also throughout the day. So good on them for coming on board with us here and watching it all happen. And we appreciate all of their support as well. If you want to be part of the action and you have a business you think race fans might be interested in, you can certainly come on board and help us with some sponsorships. If you're interested in finding out more information about sponsor opportunities here, you can hit me up at racingwirenetwork@gmail.com. There it is on your screen, racingwirenetwork@gmail.com. I've got something for every single budget, whether you want to come on for one race or for the whole season. We can certainly get you all involved and get you ready to go here. So check us out. Send me an email. I'll be happy to get back to you. Racingwirenetwork@gmail.com. "16 minutes to go here in our final race of the afternoon. At the moment, Joe Moran is your race leader. Troy Shooter second. Mark Peller is in third. Also want to thank all of our workers out here this weekend, our volunteers who help make these races happen. Everybody from our corner workers to our registration folks, tech inspectors, our race administration, our stewards, our timing and scoring folks, and a whole bunch of other folks. Grid, sound, I'm probably forgetting something. Our pace car driver. Good folks, all helping us out. Without their help, we would not be able to do this. All right, we're coming up on halfway here, so let's do our mid-race recap. Inside the SCCA is bringing that to you right now. Joseph Moran is your race leader, followed by Troy Shooter. Mark Peller is in third. David Ferguson is in fourth. Gary Peterson fifth. 6th through 10th is Peter West, John Fabjanik, Harindra De Silva, Nick Kadenko. Cho Fan Ho is in 10th. Vincent Schmeland, Tom Van Wee, Key Quinn, Taylor Carmona, and Mike Bachman. That is your full field rundown here. Mid-race recap brought to you by Inside the SCCA podcast. 15 minutes to go. Lots of this pretty well strung out here. Not too many really close battles on the racetrack right now. There is one 4-car battle, though. 3 cars in class. It's Harindra De Silva, John Fabjanik, and Nick Kadenko. I'm going to try to find them. And let me see if I can pick them out. I think you're going to see them right here coming through the bus stop. Yep, I believe it's these 4 cars right here. That first car, I believe, is Harindra De Silva. Then you've got John Fabjanik, Nick Kadenko, and Chauvin Hu is. Those are those cars there. We'll catch them here as they come up over the hill here in Phil Hill. And that is the closest battle on the racetrack. The first 3 cars from the Continentals, and then you got an FX car there. And those cars are just having a good time out there. It does look like a little bit that De Silva's opened up about a 0.6 of a second lead over the 3 cars behind him, with those 3 cars being Fabjanik, Kadenko, and Hu. We'll keep an eye on this for just a little bit here. Here comes those 4 cars. Yeah, it does look like De Silva now has opened that gap up to just about 1.6 seconds. Nice work there by De Silva. And then you've got Kadenko, Fabjanic, and Hu as they come through in the second little pack there of 3. So that is the best action on the track at the moment. Most of the other cars are far enough apart where they're not really in contact with each other. Oops, wrong button. There we go. We should see that group of 4 cars coming up here at any moment. First one you're going to see is De Silva right there. And then you've got the other 3 cars, and now there's a little bit of a gap being pulled up by Kadenko. He has opened up about a 0.6 of a second gap over the third car of that group, which is Fabjanic. So keeping an eye and watchful moment on that group of cars. And here they come over the line. You can see now they're spreading out. Now the 2 cars close together are Fabjanic and Hu. And if I am pronouncing Chow Fan Hu improperly, I apologize. Hearing now that the mechanical black flag is going to be displayed to David Ferguson. Apparently he's had some damage, and they're going to have him come in. He's got some body work that's loose and falling off. So they're going to bring them in, see if there's any danger of more coming off. And if he's good, they'll let him back out. If not, his day will be done. And Joe Moran has dropped back in the order. Unclear what the situation is with that car, but Troy Shooter has taken over the point here, and he is now your race leader. And he has an 8-second lead over the second place car in Formula Continental. And then Joe Moran is there. We'll see if Joe Moran falls back even further here over the course of the next lap. But there's Mark Peller across the line, coming across right now. Now let's see where and who comes across next. If there is some sort of a problem with that number 7 car of Joseph Moran, surely hope not. But Gary Peterson has now come across the line in front of Moran, and there is Moran coming across the line now, decidedly slower than he was earlier. His fast lap so far today is was a 1:42.1, fast lap of the race for anybody, and that last lap was a 2:01.736. So something might be amiss on that car, and not exactly sure what that would be at the moment. But Moran definitely falling down through the running order here. And you could see that car coming by way under speed of what it has been over the last few laps. And my guess is that he'll try to come in and get it taken care of, or see what the situation is. I don't see any smoke or any issues, but it is definitely coming through, as you can see here, far slower than it has been over the last few laps here. That was Moran coming through there, and we will check him here now as he comes back over the top of Phil Hill. But that's good news for the Formula Continentals up front with Shooter, Peller, and Peterson. Shooter had a 10-second lead last time by. We'll see what it is this time by. There's your second place car just coming through. Well, maybe it wasn't 10 seconds last time by. Peller now with a 7.6 seconds back from the first place car. Now looking back, we're going to see that is going to be Gary Peterson coming across the line now. And he comes across the line 16 seconds back. But That's his fastest race lap of the race. So he just turned a 1:45.932, slightly faster than your race leader, but he's going to have to be able to take off much bigger chunks here to be able to catch, because he is back 23 seconds from the leader here with 8 minutes to go here in our last race of the day. Here comes Joe Moran across the line, I think. Now Joe Moran still falling back through the field, and we'll see if possibly he pulls onto pit lane here, because he is just dropping like a rock. Now he's down to 10th place. My suspicion is that I'll see him coming down pit lane here. It's hard to see pit lane from this camera angle, but that does appear that he is certainly off pace, and he's going down even further. Anyway, so that's what's going on there. Joe Moran now falling through the field. That's good news. Shooter, Peller, Peterson, your top three cars. There is Troy Shooter coming across the line right now. He is your race leader, and right behind him, Mark Peller, still 7.3 seconds back. And but he just did his fast lap of the race, a 1:45.193. So he's 0.3 of a lap faster than Shooter. But again, not enough. You're gonna have to take off a second. Let's see, he'll have to take off 3 seconds or so per lap, maybe even 4 seconds per lap to catch the leader. And that certainly doesn't appear that that's going to happen. So. All right, so looking at our time, it looks like we've got about 3 laps left to go here. Here with 6 minutes to go in the race, and with the lap times being in the 1:48 range, that's going to be 3, maybe 4 laps to go here, and we will be done for today. Come back and join us tomorrow around noon Pacific time for another 5 races here, our final races of 2023 here at Buttonwillow. And we are looking forward to bringing them to you just like we did today. So come on by and check us out for that, and we will come back and do it again. So my voice is going away just a little bit here, folks. But we're going to make it to the end. I promise you that. With 5 minutes to go, I know I can do it. Troy Shooter just comes across the line again. And not too far behind, now with a 6.4 second lead, is Mark Peller in second. So Shooter now has a 6.4 seconds lead. He's probably just taking it easy now at this point. I don't want to take it easy too much, though, because there's still time if something goes wrong, as we've learned a couple of times today, for Peller or Peterson to get into the action. Peterson's now 26 seconds back, so he's kind of out of the discussion. Well, definitely out of the discussion. But we will watch Shooter and Peller here as they come around a few more times, and we'll catch them here through the bus stop. Shooter should be coming into our view right there. He is. That is that black and orange car. The orange car behind him is Mark Peller. That's this car right here. Coming up, I believe. There we go. Anyway. Should be Shooter coming up over there, followed by Peller. I don't know that that's 6 seconds, but looks like that gap may be a little bit closer this time by as well. The second car here should be Shooter. The first car is a back marker. So there's Shooter, and I believe that's Peller behind him. No, there's Peller right there. So it is a bigger gap. That car in the middle is a lap traffic, so. Okay, there comes your leader. There's Troy Shooter with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Definitely 2 laps to go. Mark Peller now has closed the gap to 5.3 seconds. About A little while ago, it was 3 or 4 laps ago, it was more than 8 seconds. Now the gap between first and second is 5.3 seconds. Troy Shooter is in first. Mark Peller is in second. I'm not quite sure if Shooter's just managing the situation or maybe his tires have gone away a little bit. I am unclear at the moment, but we're going to catch them coming through the bus stop this time by. And it does look like that Peller has closed the gap even more here. You're going to see the second car is Shooter, and then not too far back is Peller. There they are. So we're going to get the end of this lap and then probably 2 more laps after this one. And keep in mind that my time at the top of this is not the official time. This is my timing and my timing system, and it is not in sync with timing and scoring. So they are. So what my timing here has nothing to do with official. So please keep that in mind here. And now, so these cars right here, I believe that's your first and second place car. And it looks like that Mark Peller has really closed it down here. There is your leader, Troy Shooter, right behind him. Now only 3.3 seconds back is Mark Peller, and we're going to have 2 laps to go here. This is going to be a 2-lap shootout with Mark Peller really making up space here fast. We're going to see them here coming out of the off-ramp. Now, if I'm doing my stuff here correctly, it should be the second and... Oh, did one of the cars just lose it a little bit? I think Mark Peller may have had a problem, or it might have been Troy Shooter. Looking out for him, there is... Well, it appears that there has been some sort of a change here, and I'm not exactly sure what it is. I will know more when they come across the start-finish line here. All right, the white flag is in the air for Troy Shooter. He's going to come across the line here just before the end of the time running out, so he will be there. And let's see where Mark Peller is now. The gap widened just a little bit. I was right. Peller has slowed down just a tiny bit here on that lap. Now 4.9 seconds between first and second place. So either Shooter decided that he needed to get the go on because he saw a car coming up in his rearview mirror, or his crew was saying, hey, man, get going here because Peller's about to catch you. So either he got going a little bit faster or Peller went a little bit slower here. But whatever the case may be, the gap has gotten a little bit wider here as we get towards as we now start going into our final lap here of the day. You're going to see Shooter come into your view here coming up next, I believe, for his final time here through the bus stop. And that should be Troy Shooter, that car right there. And the next car in our view should be Mark Peller a little further back. There is Peller coming through. Again, that gap widened on the second to last lap, so clearly either Shooter decided to get the go on or Peller had a little bit of a hiccup. Whatever the case may be, it's now a much more casual situation for Troy Shooter as he comes to the end of this race. There they just went through the bus stop. Next time you see them, they'll be coming through the S's here. Do see a car, it looks like they went off right there, but he let the leaders through before he came back on. There is Shooter, and then there is Peller for the final time. They're going to come through Riverside, or I'm sorry, through Sunset, and they will be on the main straight in just a second. Checkered flag is in the air. Your race winner is going to be Troy Shooter. He's going to come across the line first. Next up is going to be Mark Peller there in second place. What a great finish there. And Peller made it interesting there in the final couple of laps, but in the end, you got Troy Shooter as your race winner. All right, let's take a final look at the unofficial results for race number 5 today. Group number 6 here because we've got a different group racing with us as well. But anyway, this is our Formula Car Wings and Things group, and here is our full field unofficial results here at the end of the race. Troy Shooter is your race winner and your Formula Continental race winner. Mark Peller and Gary Patterson will round out the Formula Continental podium. Then you've got Peter West in 4th, followed by Harindra De Silva and Nick Kadenko, top 6 cars, all Formula Continentals. Then you've got Vince Tremelland in the Formula Atlantic car in 7th place, John Fabjanik in 8th, followed by Tom Van Wee, and Kui Quinn is going to be in 10th, followed by Taylor Carmona, Cho Fan Hu, Joe Moran, David Ferguson, and Mike Bachman. That is our unofficial results here at the end of our final race of the day. Appreciate everybody for joining us today. We'll come back and do it again tomorrow. Racing action starts right around noon Pacific time. These are the California Sports Car Club of America divisional races here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. These, of course, all brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes, our presenting sponsor for the weekend. Check them out, porterfield-brakes.com. I'm Brian Belansky. For everybody here at Cal Club, have yourself a great night and come back and join us again tomorrow. So long, everybody.